research and outreach around this. Part of Jake's salary is going to come up next is through a USDA Sustainable Ag Research and Education and a National Sheep Industry Improvement Center grant on this technology, in particular, which is genetic selection and how can we genetically make improvements for our sheep that improve the industry overall. And so one of our big pushes is quantitative, genetic selection and integrating molecular genetic selection into this as well. And so when we think about wool sheep and how this technology can benefit the wool industry, to be real honest about it, wool production, wool quality can really be benefited a lot with basic testing, visual appraisal. You don't need really highly advanced technologies to make large-scale improvements in wool production. You look in Australia and the quality and volume of wool that they produce off their merino sheep is just stellar. And a lot of that was done without estimated breeding values. Not that they're not using them now. And estimated breeding values can be a benefit to it. But here in the United States, the markets are always up and down with lambs and wool. But across the long-term average, wool really is a byproduct of lamb production. And so when we think about quantitative genetics, I think the biggest value can come from lamb production. Finding ewes that are fit to the environment, and that fitness is going to be different for different areas and probably even different for different regions of the state here in Texas and across the country. And so we have some speakers that are going to talk later, and their environment is going to be very different. We've got far west Texas where feed resources are very minimal, all the way to central part of Texas and eastern where feed resources are a lot higher, but parasite load is, a lot more abundant. And so, this is where I strongly believe that quantitative genetic selection can help us out, because we can't visually see this and we can't come through and take one measurement on one day and look at that raw data and have us tell us, a whole host of things like what's the propensity of that ewe to raise twins? What's the likelihood that ewe is going to stay in good body condition and her, frame size and eagerness to get out and graze in some of these harder environments and keep that appropriate body condition is going to be. And then at that same time, being able to fend off whatever level of parasite challenge that's common for that region. And that is something where estimated breeding values have their biggest potential. And so if we're looking at those, that doesn't mean that we don't collect wool samples, side samples to get fiber quality and fleece weights to get, the total pounds of production. And we're doing some research, trying to find innovative ways to get yield without a high cost that's involved in it. If you were tuned in yesterday, you would have seen a presentation on using near-infrared spectroscopy to predict fleece yield and fiber diameter. Whether or not that's accurate enough for breeding values is yet to be determined, but we're moving in that direction. And so we can still collect wool samples and add it into that data set along with looking at how does the lamb performance come from that. And so that's kind of my overarching thought process regarding genetics and wool sheep. And I'm going to turn it over now to Jake and let Jake show you some data about things that we're doing. Just prior to that, I'd just give a little bit of a background. We have a registered Rambouillet flock, just over 100 ewes here at the Research Center that we have had enrolled in the National Sheep Improvement Program since 2015. Whenever I moved back to Texas, we got those into that program, and we use that flock as kind of a resource flock. And so we're trying to make genetic connections across the country within the Rambouillet breed and within the state, so we can get those genetic linkages so those breeding values are accurate, not just within flock, but within the industry. A little background on that flock: it had been heavily selected using the centralized RAM performance test that ran for 70 years here, either at Sonora or here in San Angelo. And so that flock had been, almost, it's not single trait selection because it was a performance index that it was going off of that really selected for fine wool, lots of wool, and fast growing in a feedlot. And that ewe flock was fairly large. It produced really, really fine wool, but we struggle to get the appropriate lamb crop that I think we should be going for. I've always kind of had this goal that our industry should be, focusing across the United States for 150% lamb crop, and we're still around 110%. And so, for us to preach that, we have to get that genetic capabilities up. And that's what we're working towards, making a little bit of progress, but it's fairly slow, because genetic reproduction is a pretty lowly heritable trait. So Jake, you want to jump in here and show some data? He's got some really cool stuff regarding parasites. I think you might show some of that, and just kind of get y'all up to speed on what kind of work we're doing.
Sure, absolutely. So thanks, Reed. I appreciate it again, everybody. Thanks for having us this morning and joining us this morning. My name's Jake Thorne. I work here in the Extension Sheep and Goat Office with Dr. Redden here. And just kind of reiterate his point, this flock that we have here at the station has been utilizing that data and that information from that RAM test for several years. And it's very apparent in the wool quality of those animals. I think if you had the opportunity to check out the Texas Performance sale last night, we had a couple of consignments in that sale, two Rambouillet bucks. And I think if you looked at their data, I mean, you'd be really impressed with fiber diameter on those guys. I mean, they were 15 micron for yearling bucks. That's ultra fine. They're long stapled sheep. They shear heavy fleeces. But the problem is they just aren't overly adapted to our environment. We ask these sheep to go out in these semi-arid conditions and raise lambs out in the pasture and deal with parasites when we do have some rainfall and some warm weather in the spring and summer. And just all in all, they have a real challenge meeting those demands out on the pasture. They grow great fleeces, but we would like them just to be a more all-around sheep. And so we enrolled them in this National Sheep Improvement Program, and I shared here my screen here. I think you can see it. This is just some data on this flock, and for the remainder of this presentation, we're going to talk about and ask our guests here to discuss how they utilize estimated breeding values in their management and also for purposes of buying and selling and breeding sheep. And so just to give you some background on what estimated breeding values are available to wool sheep and what can be expected, I did want to show this. So if you just follow along with me here, some of the column headings here that are available and that we collect data on and get estimated breeding values are growth figures here. So all of these first 5 are all indicators of growth of the animals. And we collect weaning weights, we collect a post-weaning weight, and in some cases a yearling weight. And so that's what it goes into these breeding values. We also scan our rams for carcass measurements. So that's what yearling fat and yearling eye muscle depth are. And then here's our wool traits. So Reed discussed a second ago how wool quality and the various wool measurements are very highly heritable. And we can look at those, and we have instruments that can measure those really finely. And we don't necessarily have to have breeding values to make advancements in the quality of our wool, but that doesn't mean they don't help. And so we still input this data that we collect on this flock and get breeding values for these wool quality measurements. And so yearling fiber diameter, yearling grease fleece weight, and yearling staple length are some breeding values that are available, and we've returned some EVBs on our flock. And then number lambs born, this NLB column, that's really a high area of priority and focus for our flock. If you've heard us talk and preach about the EBB before, you may be familiar with the fact that for all intents and purposes, 0 is breed average. And you can see these are our stud bucks, that we have several bucks here that are below 0 for number lambs born. And a lot of these we've raised out of our own genetics. And so that's something that we really want to improve on. Another area of focus for us, it's not shown on this sheet, is parasite resistance. So we collect fecal egg counts several times throughout that first year of that sheep's life. And we're really trying to focus on improving the parasite resistance of these animals when they're faced with that challenge out in the pasture. Another thing that I do want you to be aware of and explain a little bit is this column here. So this is USA range. You may hear it be called the Western Range Index. So this is a figure that takes information from several of these other traits, namely a little bit of growth, fiber diameter, number of lambs born, and it compiles it all into one single figure. And I think this index value has really had a significant impact on wool sheep production, predominantly in kind of that Northwest region. One of our speakers is from Montana, and I'm going to certainly ask her to discuss how she utilizes that USA range value. But I think that's really an important figure and has made a lot of progress, predominantly for the Targhee breed. And I think that that's something that really, I don't know if simplifies is the right word, but it takes a lot of traits, puts it into one value, and it really allows you to prioritize those traits fairly easily. So I do have another slide that I do want to show you as to why, let's see if I can pull it up here. Give me a second. What is kind of the value of these, of collecting data? I mentioned just a second ago that parasite resistance is something that's really important to us and is really important to Texas producers in general. And so we had the opportunity this year to collect its fecal samples 2 times on a fairly sizable lamb crop on a producer here in this region. And we did those collections in April and July. And if you'll follow along with me here, these yellow bars represent the average fecal egg count by sire group. So we had used DNA and we were able to match up these lambs to their sire. And you can see that these sires are shown down here on the bottom. I just labeled them A, B, C, D, and et cetera for simplicity reasons. But if you'll follow along with me here, in that April collection, you'll see that Ram D, his lambs average fecal egg count was 340. And if you compare that to some of these other bucks, that's quite a bit better. Now, there wasn't a ton of variation during that April count. These lambs didn't face a really strong parasite challenge at this point. You can see, the range was from 750 to 340. But if you go to that July count, there was a much more significant parasite challenge. And again, lambs from this Ram D were quite a bit lower than everybody else. This orange bar, or this orange line, excuse me, here is on the axis on the far right, and that represents the number of lambs that each of those rams actually sired. And so when we look at some of these other bucks, like Ram F, who also had some low fecal egg counts, particularly in July, you also have to consider the fact that he didn't have a tremendous amount of lambs in that lamb crop. And so potentially that's not a really clear picture of the genetic value of that buck. But Ram D, he had the second most lambs, and at both of those collections, his lambs had the lowest average fecal egg count. So that's really impressive, we think. But this is just 1 year's data. And it can become really cumbersome to keep track of this year after year after year on several different traits. And so the beauty of the National Sheep Improvement Program is we can put this data in there. That program and that software tracks it for you and compiles it into 1 or 2 figures that allow you to really keep track of that trait. And so I think, it becomes very apparent that there's genetic differences in these animals. But again, that National Sheep Improvement Program really helps clarify that. And so we really encourage producers to utilize that type of information. And I think that's really powerful. But it's also easy for us.
Hey, Jake.
Yes.
Can I stop you for a second? Can you pull that back up? I don't know if everybody else is in the same boat that I'm in, but the participant list is on the right side. So I think many of them can't see your right axis. That's the number of lambs sired by each of those sires, or the number of lambs. You just want to kind of just tell them what the general number of lambs by each group are.
Sure. So number of lambs on the far axis here, this Ram C, he had the most lambs. He was up here at at about 80 head out of 200 total. Ram D had just over 40. And so a pretty significant amount of data was able to be collected. And that's a fairly decent sample size. Ram B, you know, he was the second highest. Well, actually, he was the highest at both of those collections. But this buck also only had 3 lambs in that lamb crop. And so that's really hard, again, to look at that and really glean a lot about that ram's genetic value. And so those are some of the traps that raw data can, you know, get you with. Is you, if you don't have a large enough sample, or you don't have samples or data collected across several years, sometimes it's easy to look at something like this and say, oh man, you know, those lambs from that ram aren't necessarily good for this trait. Well, let's think about this. He doesn't have a lot of lambs in this lamb crop. Is that really truthful information? Hard to say. So that's, again, I think, a positive for using quantitative genetics and the National Sheep Improvement Program. It builds those accuracies of those values into the EBVs and really makes more accurate comparisons. Okay, this morning we've asked a couple producers to join us, and as I was saying, you know, I think it's easy for Reed and I to stand up here and talk about the value of EBVs and what maybe EBVs have meant to the research flock here at the station. But I think it's always really powerful to hear from producers who are using this technology to make a living. And so we've got two individuals that are going to join us, Matt Benz, who's a producer from Kansas, and Kristen Bieber, who's located in Montana. And both of these producers use technology, but I think that really hearing from them about how they prioritize that information, how they collect data, is going to be really, really powerful. So before we get things started, if you guys wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves and talking a little bit about your operation. Matt, can you please kick things off?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Matt Benz. We live in Northeast Kansas. Run about 90 registered Ramble AUs. We've been on NSIP since 2014. Been collecting data. I mean, other than birth data, we've been collecting weight data and using adjusted weights and stuff for selection since the mid 80s. We've always gone with the aspect we wanted fast growing lambs out of ewes that have a lot of lambs. And that's where the adjusted weights using the formula in the SID magazine kind of led us. We've always haven't paid a lot of attention to wool. We always wanted it to be good enough. For, I don't know, 25 or probably closer to 40 years now, we've never used a stud ram that we didn't know the micron value of. And like I said, it just had to be good enough. We were never in a race to be the finest or anything like that. We were asked to talk a little bit about how we use the data. If you saw the picture, saw the ram that the station in San Angelo used that they purchased from us a few years ago, his wool data is really not acceptable to anybody. We've eliminated that line within our flock. And it's a deal where visually and looking at the wool and with a micron data of it being good enough, we'd have kept going. But when we started getting data back on NSIP, we chose to eliminate it. In the future, we're going to start collecting fecal data. Like I said, we're in Northeast Kansas. Our average rainfall is 40 inches of rain a year, which is quite a bit higher than most of you guys are used to. We do have some worm problems. And I think there's probably worm loads throughout the country a lot higher than some of us realize. And if we can contribute to reducing the amount of worm problems with our customers, that's something we're really looking forward to in the future.
Great, thank you. Kristen, would you mind introducing yourself and a little bit about your operation?
Sure. We're located in eastern Montana. We run around 1,000 head of mother ewes, all purebred targees, whether registered or commercial. We do a mix of range lambing and shed lambing. The bulk of it at this point is range lambing, but we're transitioning to more out on the range. But my dad got into NSIP when it opened up for targees in the mid 80s. So I've been raised on NSIP. We've always taken data. At this point, we've got about 200 head of registered target ewes running on NSIP that we raise replacement stock out of, have rams that we sell commercially out of that group. And we also use our own rams on our own commercial ewes that don't have data. And that's where we've seen, I guess, the biggest benefit from NSIP for us is being able to take these NSIP rams that we've selected on our criteria. We shoot for a moderate NLB because of our environment and our workforce, 2 people lambing all of the sheep out. So a large lamb crop can be a little bit counterproductive for us. We shoot for a higher growth rate, heavy grease fleece weight, long staple, and try to keep the micron in an acceptable range. But when we take those rams that we've selected for that criteria and cross it on our commercial target ewes that we have selected for their own growth rate on raw data, and for confirmation, body structure, phenotypical traits we're looking for, that's where we really have seen the benefit of NSIP for us. We can go through, pick out rams that fit the criteria we're looking for on NSIP, and we've been really quite pleased with the outcome. We've seen our growth rates increase on the lambs. We've seen our grease fleece weights go up, and specifically the staple length, since that's highly heritable.
Great. And you touched on something, and I think this is a great question for you too, talking about selling rams to the commercial side of the industry with data. And so something that I know that we've talked about to commercial producers here in Texas is, you know, even if you're not going to collect data yourself, when you go to buy rams, the value of that data can be really powerful. So when producers come to you guys, commercial guys come to you guys and are looking to buy rams and you provide them with data, what is something that you tell them to focus on or help them with to make those selections, and how that information can be useful to them? Kristen, I think that's something that we'd really like to hear from you first, please.
I guess for me, when I'm talking to a producer that hasn't bought our rams before, is one, what's your environment like? We run, like I said, in eastern Montana. Our average rainfall is 10 to 13 inches a year. We run on a lot of scruffy range grass. They're hardy, nice sheep. But you take them to an environment like Matt's, they're going to have a heck of a time with the parasite load. So from a commercial producer standpoint, I encourage any buyer to go look for sheep that are run similar to yours, so you don't run into a headache and you got this really nice ram from a completely different environment from yours, and you bring him home and he keels over or he starts having hoof problems because of the different environment. Then after that, as far as the NSIP is concerned, I encourage them to look at what traits make you the most profit. What are your goals? Are you shed lambing intensively with a small group of sheep? Go for the NLB. Go for a high milk weight. You know, because that's where you're going to make your most profit. Are you turning all of your rams out with, you know, your group of ewes out in a pasture and tell them go with God and we'll see you in 5 months? Maybe not so much on the high NLB. That can become an issue, but go for higher growth traits. Go for big grease fleece weights where you're going to have to shear that sheep anyway. You might as well make as much money as you possibly can off of the fleeces. You know, really address your environment when looking at the EBVs and be realistic about your goals. You know, and be honest with your RAM producer. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'd like to see. These are my priorities, is kind of, I guess, what I talk to the buyers about at this point.
Okay, great. Thanks. Matt, would you like to add something there?
A lot of what Kristen touched on is really important, and the raising sheep that fit your environment is really important to our customers. The customers that come to the place, the commercial customers, are mostly interested in weaning weight and lambing percentage. Something that really gets them going is if the ram happens to be out of an old ewe. They're really interested in longevity. A lot of the ewe base around where we currently live, and we did move from Southwest North Dakota 6 years ago, so it's been a big change. But a lot of the ewe base where we currently live is blackface cross. When they see that a ram is out of a ewe that lived to be 8 or 9 years old, they automatically buy it. It's really important to them. NSIP numbers, they look at them, they walk in, they trust us to help them decide, but mostly they're interested in selling pounds of lamb. So they like to buy the heaviest ram in the pen, and preferably if it's a twin or a triplet. Most of our customers' wool ends up at Grunwald. We always get the highest price in Kansas for our wool, and it's not very good compared to what Kristen and her customers sell their wool for, but most of the guys are pretty happy if they can get enough for their wool to pay for shearing. I mean, that's the way it is where we live.
Okay. Well, here in the San Angelo area, and in conjunction with the research station, we've been working on a grant-funded project to get several producers enrolled into the National Sheep Improvement Program. And these are longtime seed stock producers, but they just haven't used EBVs and quantitative genetics previously. And so this last year, we've been working with them to collect some data and get that inputted into the software and start to look at those breeding values that they're getting back. And I think that there's been some mixed results. People are willing to collect that data, but they aren't always sure if they're going about it the right way, if the information that they're receiving back is really reflective of their flock. And so what I wanted to ask you is you guys have been in the program for several years. What is some advice that you would give to new seed stock producers that are just getting involved in the NSIP? Where are some areas to put some focus, and where are some areas that maybe that extra input or extra labor isn't as necessary? Matt, if you'd like to start with that one, please.
Sure. Like I said, we started an NSIP 6 years ago, and we talked to several people that were in it. For new people that are getting on NSIP, the first step is data collection. You got to take as much data as you can on everything and you got to find out where you're at. Once you find out where you're at, you can start doing selection on your replacement ewes and stud rams to help you get where you're going to go. One thing we learned, and I guess we heard it in genetics class way back in the Stone Age in the late 70s, was the more traits you focus on, the slower your progress is going to be in any one trait. After you've collected data for 4 or 5 years and you're starting to see where you're at, you'll see some areas where you're not in as good a shape as you'd like to be. And maybe that's where you want to focus. But it takes time. You have to have patience. You're not going to see results overnight. The only thing that it will tell you is in a quick time, and after a couple generations, and if you got a couple generations of lambing data, it'll really help you identify the low performing ewe families, and you can get rid of that bottom 10% pretty fast and really bring up your average all across the board after a couple of years, but you're not going to make any great changes. Oh, and or probably see enough data for 5 years. That's my thoughts anyway.
Thanks, Matt. Kristen, how about you? What advice would you give new seed stock producers that are getting involved in this program?
Being consistent about what and when you take your data. Not going, this year I'm going to take milk weights. Next year I'm going to take post-weaning weights. Be consistent about, if you can't take all of the data, be consistent about the types of data you take. Be consistent about how you handle the fleeces to get your grease fleece weights and your staple lengths. The other thing for newer producers is, yeah, you've joined NSIP, you're taking this data, but if your sheep are starting out at zero, no NSIP data whatsoever, don't shun the raw data. Keep an eye on your raw data, because your numbers on NSIP are going to be, I guess what I term as soft. They're going to move a lot the first 2-3 generations, because as you're putting more data in, it's making it swing. So, to be able to continue selecting the sheep you like, the ones that make you a profit, keep an eye on your raw data. It'll, give you kind of a, if you got 2 ewes that are very similar on their EBVs, you need to get rid of one, go off of your raw data on it. The other, large help for newer producers is getting a ram that is already enrolled in NSIP from a, older line producer. That'll link your information in with the rest of your breed. It'll give you a larger base of comparison, which will also help your NSIP numbers. It takes your flock from being intra-flock focused on your NSIP to inter-flock focused. And our experience, like if we bring in a ram that is not currently on NSIP, he starts out at 0. Within 3 years on exposing him to your average group of ewes of 30 to 35 head, within 3 years, you have pretty reliable data on that ram. So, I mean, it's building, and stick with it. It's very, very useful. You'll find that you discover that the ram you really didn't like is a really good ram. You just need to put him with really nice looking ewes. Or the ram you're really bonkers about, yeah, he has growthy, nice lambs, but boy, his grease fleece weight's really poor. So you know what rams to put his daughters with. And I guess at the end of the day, just use it as any tool you would, any other tool you have for managing sheep. Just use it.
Sure. And has there been any technology or particular changes in your management or the ways that you handle your sheep that has allowed you to collect that data more efficiently and more effectively, so that it's not just such a huge labor drain that it ends up not getting done? Kristen, what are some things that you've implemented in your operation that's allowed you to, or helped you collect that data and get that information from a large number of animals?
A really good corral system. Like I said before, I'm a 4th generation sheep producer in Montana. I grew up with an old set of wooden corral panels that was great for working ewes, terrible for working lambs. Now you can get really good portable panels, set it up wherever you need them. That's awesome. The other thing that we've implemented here in the last 3 years is electronic tags. We went with the Shearwell program and FarmWorks, which for raw data is incredible. And from my standpoint, with lambing all of the NSIP ewes through the barn and collecting all of that data, I can just transfer it over in a spreadsheet to my lamb plan program. It took entering my lambing data, it took that from taking 6 hours to 15 minutes, which is huge in lambing. So the EID tags have been an absolute game changer for us. And just, working with NSIP is a lot of labor, just being blunt. It takes time. The results are great and it makes it worthwhile. But, work on your corral system. If that taking weights on these lambs was terrible last time, realistically look at it and figure out how you could change that. What would make it more streamlined? I mean, realistically speaking, the corral system is as important to us as the EID tags. I mean, they both work together.
Sure. Matt, how about you? What are some things that you've implemented to help you from that data collection standpoint?
Well, a lot of it's like Kristen said, handling systems and stuff like that. When we started weighing lambs, we'd catch them, put them in a sling, and hang them from a scale in the barn and read it. I was a lot younger then. I was able to do it. But even then, if you did 70 or 80 lambs in a morning to get 60 or 120 day weights on, by the end of that, you were getting in a lot better shape, although you were pretty tired. We've put in an electronic scale. It's a lot more accurate than a bar scale, obviously, or a lot more consistent, we think, and we think that's important. I mean, Kristen talked about, being consistent in the way you do things. We're not doing EID tags yet. I don't think it makes sense for us economically to do it. We're not big enough. If we had another 100 ewes, we probably could do it. But right now, it does take some time to enter the data manually, but it's something we choose to do. If your time's more valuable than ours, then obviously go to EID. I mean, I think it's the way to go on bigger operations. But, a good working system. We started out doing the old catch and drag method. And when our kids went to college, we bought a chute system and with a cutting gate and stuff like that. And kids came home and said, "Why didn't you have this one when we were here?" I said, "We didn't need it." I said, "You could catch and drag them." So I think a lot of us operate that way.
Sure. Thank you. So I see we
Kristen, I got a question came in for Kristen. The question was, how are you using the Shearwell system to record wool data?
Shearwell, since it was developed in Great Britain, is not great for the wool. The way we address it is I put it in the comments. The thing I like about the Shearwell and the stock recorder is that I'm accurate on my tags. I just want the tag, that's that sheep. And so I'll put the staple length in as a comment. I put the grease fleece weight in as a comment. And then I just upload it into the computer and I get a printed out report that's accurate to that ram or use tag. Before, where we'd have to read the tag, write the tag number down, or yell it across the barn. You ended up with problems. Yeah, yell it across the barn. It's a good marital tool. But our accuracy has gone up exponentially with the EID tags, just because we're not messing up numbers, and you don't end up at the end of the day 7 hours after you read that tag discovering I actually read that tag twice and I don't have 2 sheep with the same tag number. So that's the biggest thing for us with the wool side, is the stock recorder, while not being designed to take wool data, has helped our accuracy a lot.
Thanks. I had another question come in that I'd like Jake, Kristen, and Matt to all kind of touch on briefly, if they don't mind. And that is, what's the kind of risk, or so with EBVs, you get a value that's different from zero. A lot of producers want raw data, like what was the actual fleece weight, not what percent is it above flock average. Kristen, you mentioned this before, that you have to kind of trust in some of that raw data early on. Can you talk about maybe the benefits or the detriments of relying too much on raw data versus EBVs?
Sure. As a producer, we are very prone to recognize all of the really good sheep out of our favorite animal. For instance, I had old stud ewe, just awesome ewe, phenotypical, the phenotype I wanted, big, bulky ewe. I kept 2 rams out of her, and they both really were terrible at gaining weight. looked beautiful the entire time, but their sons were the slowest gaining things. And if I had just, looked at that and gone, they're really not that bad. They're just slightly under on raw data. And then I've got 4 that are above average. I mean, she's doing great. This line is doing great. With the NSIP, it gave me a very firm number that actually this line is pretty terrible at growth traits. They're really good at ribeye, so I know what to cross the daughters out of that line onto. I want to put them on a high growth trait ram, but it gives you a pretty big black and white, especially if you are comparing it against your other stud rams. For me on Targi NSIP, average post-weaning weight is a 2.4, I believe. And that ram I really, really liked was a 1.8. And I mean, it's there in black and white. I've taken all the weights on the lambs. And when I go back through and look at it on the raw data without looking at my few favorites, that's absolutely true. The ram I don't like, really great growth traits. So we're going to cross those 2 lines together and hope for the best.
Thanks, Matt.
Raw data, the hardest things to do when you get after you're in NSIP for 4 or 5 years is start trusting the data on the computer and ignoring raw data. If you want to make genetic progress, you have to trust the numbers that are there. A lot of us grew up doing the same way when we're keeping replacement ewes or using our own bucks. Is the biggest one in the pen, obviously we have to keep because it's the best one. Well, 9 times out of 10, it's a single ewe lamb out of a 4-year-old ewe. And we probably shouldn't be keeping that one if we want to make genetic progress on growth and number of lambs born. At least that's what we found at our place. The other thing on wool on raw data, environment plays such a huge effect. It's unbelievable. I mean, we've seen some wool down here. We're in San Angelo right now, and we saw those 16 micron rams and stuff like that, and it's beautiful wool. And western South Dakota, eastern Montana, you get some of the prettiest wool in the country. We can't do that at our place. We had 10 inches of rain in July, and we sheared the end of July. Our fleeces aren't as pretty coming off the sheep. If you're selecting a ram or a ewe someplace and it's from outside your environmental area and the sheep are managed different than you can make the most progress and make the fewest mistakes by trusting the NSIP data as opposed to your eyes, or pick the finest one out of that producer's group by raw data. But I think raw data gets you in trouble pretty fast sometimes. It's better, obviously it's better than no data, but yeah, I really tend to go to the EBVs. That's how we select our stud bucks now, whether they're purchased or if they're raised in-house. We've bought in whole hog. We have generations in our family that have been raising cattle using EPDs and genetic information, and it works. We know it works. It's just swallowing hard and learning to discount some of the raw data as opposed to using the EPDs.
Sure, I guess I'll add something to that. When you buy a ram or select a replacement, you're really, for breeding purposes, you're selecting that animal for the genetics that it can potentially pass on to the next generation. Raw data is influenced absolutely by that animal's genetics, but it's also influenced by environment. And environment for particular traits, some traits, can have a really huge influence on how that trait is expressed in that animal. And so the great thing about NSIP is it really tries to limit that environmental effect out of it and only compare the genetic value of that animal, which is exactly what you're trying to purchase it or keep it for. Now I know that that's a huge frustration. That in our position in extension, that's something that is a major concern for lots of producers. How do I look at those breeding values and translate it to what I'm used to seeing as far as raw data measurements? And I think Kristen had a really powerful statement earlier about, particularly when you're first getting involved in breeding values and NSIP, to not discount that raw data. But I think eventually over time, you start to kind of trust those EPDs or EBVs more and realize that that's the true genetic measurement of that animal. And that's really what you're trying to buy on or keep that animal based on. And so I think that it's a process, absolutely learning to trust it. But I think in the end, it can really give you the most progress.
All right, I've got another question for the group here. Is what is the cost of using the technology, and what's the potential cost of not using the technology of estimated breeding values? So we'll go in the same order if that's okay. Kristen, you want to start?
Cost for collecting the data, being on NSIP, to some degree depends upon what you're starting with. If you have to go through and put in or buy more panels, change your processing system, that's a cost. But let's say you've already got that. I run 200 head of sheep on NSIP, do as much data collection as possible because that doesn't make a price difference. It's, I think, right below $1,000 a year to run 200 head of ewes on NSIP. The, I guess, benefit of that cost, or of putting that in there, is I have very reliable data on 200 head of ewes. I don't have to sit there in front of spreadsheets and figure out averages and go, well, this year was droughty, so that's a difference. I get EBVs back that I can compare against 20 years ago. I can compare against my dad's sheep back in the 80s. The cost of not doing it is, to a large degree, stagnation, being blunt, because we all are prone to our own biases and what we like. And the sheep are changing. I mean, the sheep we have in our barn now aren't the sheep we had 15 years ago. They look different. And because of getting the EBVs back and seeing that these are our, this line here is a really good growth trait line. We're making more money faster off of this line than this other line that I like the looks of, but they're slower growing. They've got a shorter grease, lighter grease fleece weight. And, when you're only looking at individual animals, it's hard to make those judgments accurately, unless you go through and do a whole bunch of averages yourself, and even then that's not as reliable. So I guess just watching some of the producers here in Montana that run the same type of sheep as I do, that aren't on NSIP, it's harder to make the changes you want and the improvements. You can do it, but it's a lot of work. NSIP, yes, is work, but it's a lot less work than dealing specifically with raw data and trying to move your micron with that, or trying to move your post-weaning weights.
Matt, cost, and
Um,
the time that it also takes as a cost. Can you kind of add to that?
Our direct financial cost is probably about $5 a ewe per year. I don't think it's that much. We definitely think it's worth the money. The the time involved, like I said, it depends what you value your time at. I mean, Kristen talked about spending 7 or 8 hours inputting data as opposed to being able to do it in 15 minutes now. Figure out what your time is worth, and you can get paid back for investing in some technology to do it easier or faster pretty quickly. The cost of not doing it, she hit it right on the head, is stagnation. You're not going to make as much progress. The other thing that you really risk, and I'll go back to that original slide that Jake had up of that ram that they purchased from us. Visually, that line of sheep was something to talk about. And we have a nice niche market of selling show ewe lambs. Ewe lambs out of that deal sold extremely well and did well in shows. But we made a decision to purge that whole line of sheep. And sometimes you just have to do that because of what your priorities are. And we think we can fill our niche market with better sheep than just the way they look. But that's the cost of not doing it. Is you can set yourself back. You can go backwards, and if you don't have data, you might not know it for 5 or 10 years until you find out that the daughters of this ram you bought or this pen of rams you bought really set you back, and it can take you right out of the business.
I don't know if you're looking for me to add something there too, but I guess I would answer that question maybe a little more philosophically, just in the sense that wool has a tremendous opportunity in the United States and for trade value. I mean, it's a natural fiber that's really, the popularity of it from the consumer is increasing. It fits a lot of the ways that the consumer is going, but the traits and the limitations that are going to keep us from raising high quality wool and high quality wool sheep are traits that are really hard to measure visually. And so if we can use programs like NSIP and technology like estimated breeding values to improve reproductive rate, improve fitness of environment and adaptability, that is going to allow us to still maintain those flocks of wool sheep and produce that product that I think has a tremendous opportunity going forward. Are EBVs essential for the wool traits and improvement in the wool traits? They help, I think, but they're probably not essential, but they are and should be essential for raising wool sheep, all around animal that's adaptable to the environment and stays in good condition, remains healthy, and is productive for a number of different commodities.
Thanks, Jake. I didn't mean to take over your panel discussion there, but it reminded me of something that Henry Zerbe said at the Lamb Summit. It's the cost of not doing technology, of the lack of innovation. And so, I'm fortunate to be able to interact with the industry in Texas and all over the U.S. and some internationally. And almost every time when I see a next generation person getting involved in the industry and that generational turnover occurring, there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of innovation that's being used, and it's exciting for that next generation to get involved in. Where you see the operations that are fading away and there's not a next generation, they've not used technology, they've not adapted anything new, and there's nothing exciting for that next generation to get involved with, and it starts to fade away. And so I think it's at a really pivotal point for the wool sheep industry in Texas, with the popularity of hair sheep coming online, rightfully so, given the market conditions and everything else. If that wool sheep industry in Texas wants to continue and thrive without technology, I think the future is a lot more glim than it is with technology and with innovation and things moving forward, regardless of its breeding values or EID tags or fancy working systems or things like that. So we've got just a couple more minutes. Panelists have any final thoughts? Come on, Matt, you're never at a loss for words.
But never have many good ones. Thanks you guys at Texas A&M for doing this expo. Those of you watching online that have never been to this thing, next year hopefully it's live and you can get down here. It's well worth the time and money to come. This virtual stuff is really good. It's better than nothing. But we've all been to enough meetings that there's nothing like listening to somebody talk about something and then going up and visiting with that person one-on-one, or talking to the guy you're sitting across at lunch about what you just heard and finding out what works in different parts of the country. And that's the real value in this stuff. And what works in West Texas may not work in Northeast Kansas and may not work in Eastern Montana. But there's a lot of things that are mutual that we can learn from each other, and need to be open-minded and not just look at our neighbors and what they're doing it and how they're doing it to make progress. Ag's at a crossroads. We don't know what's going to happen with this whole COVID thing, how it's going to affect it, import-export markets and all that stuff. The lamb deal yesterday, they were talking about all the direct marketing and all that stuff. That works really good if you're in a population center. I don't know how you're going to direct market if you live where Kristen does. And that's one of the things that's going to be a hard challenge in the future.
Kristen, thanks for joining us. Do you have any final words or thoughts for the group today?
I guess since my video cut out kind of on the end of what Matt said is, yeah, we're raising sheep in an interesting time right now. Talked to Dad about it, and he's like, well, I've sold a sheep for less. I was like, well, it costs less when you sold them. But watching the guys here in the last 20 years that stuck with it, we had a lot of people go out of sheep in Montana in the last 20 years because of costs and predators, and just they went to cattle. They're coming back into sheep because the realization that sheep are relatively cheap to run, at least in our environment. And, you know, I guess what my husband and I are finding the longer we do this is be open to changing your operation. Doing it the way you've always done it doesn't always work. You know, what worked back in the 80s doesn't necessarily work now, not necessarily just the technology side, but be willing to change when you're lambing your sheep if possible. Adjust that. Be willing to change when you market your sheep. And I guess adapt. We're looking at it this year where it became incredibly dry, had grasshoppers take out all of our pastures. So we're marketing our lambs early. We're looking at, you know, instead of taking one trailer load at a time when they get to the correct weight, we're sending all of them. Just be able to be willing to adapt and, you know, go look at what worked this year. Will it work next year? Is it something you want to put in permanently, or is it just a one-time thing? But be willing to assess your operation every year and look at how you're doing things.
Thanks. All right. That's all of our time. you want to take it over?
Thank you, Reed. I appreciate you. We're going to be moving into our next session, but before we do, I really want to thank our panel there. They brought up some good points. Matt, I think you and Kristen, obviously talking about being adaptable and making changes, and that's kind of what we had to do this year with COVID and our Sheep and Goat Expo. We had to make changes and be adaptable. And Matt, I want to appreciate your wording too. I think you're exactly right. Hopefully this virtual programming the last 2 days has been very beneficial. We've gotten some really good comments, but I agree with you 100%. The face-to-face interaction cannot be duplicated through virtual means. And so we hope for next year, everybody will make plans to come down, because it is those side conversations a lot of times where the most education takes place. And but really great session, great opportunity. I know we're having to have these sessions today down to an hour, so it's hard to get everything in, but great information as we move forward, and thank y'all for your time. We're going to be moving in. I'm going to turn it over to Brad Rader. He is our county extension agent in Gillespie County, and he is going to introduce our hair sheep program. So Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Robert. Can you hear me good? Everybody here? All right.
Sounds good, Brad.
Well, in charge of the hair sheep session, and we all know that there's tons of topics that we can have. And since we just had an hour, we had to pick something and run with it. And we were fortunate enough last year as a part of the grant that Jake Thorne put together and Reed Redden, some of us and some producers got to go to the East Coast. And we got to hear the next speaker talk and thought it was just very interesting, and wanted to share this with the group somewhere in our presentations over these 2 days. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Andrew Weaver. Andrew just got hired on at North Carolina State University. He's the small ruminant specialist there. And if I mess that Andrew up, you can sure correct me. But no further ado, we're going to get started with Andrew. After that, I'm going to show I got my crash course in video technology, and we videoed some sheep working down some different chutes. And so we're going to play that after Andrew's talk. But I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Weaver.
Sounds good. Thank you for the introduction. Can I share my screen here? There we go.
You should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Can everyone see that? We're good here.
We are. We see that. We see your side slides. So yeah, we'll be ready.
Awesome.
There you go. Perfect.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for having me. And like Brad said, this kind of stems off some discussion we had when some of the agents and producers from Texas made the trip out east to visit us last fall. And I think it's something you all might be interested in seeing as well and learning more about. So I know yesterday there was a talk on parasite management tools and methods and how we can adjust our management programs to handle parasites and better control those parasites. But today I wanted to talk more specifically on the mechanisms and what's going on behind the scenes. What are the sheep doing? What are the parasites doing? And what makes some sheep more resistant than others? So specifically, we're going to talk about Homunculus contortus infections. Homunculus infections are probably the predominant cause of a lot of our parasite issues. This parasite is also known as the barber pole worm. It's given that name because of its blood-feeding characteristics, and it uses this tooth here. You can see on the upper right image. That tooth slashes at the lining of the abomasum and causes blood release. That blood's consumed, and it fills the intestine, and that intestine wraps around the reproductive tract of the adult female, giving it that barber pole appearance. So that's where it got that common name. This is a highly prolific parasite that can release thousands of eggs a day. Anemia often results from that blood feeding, and we see decreased performance of those infected individuals and death in those severe infections. This decreased performance and death results in millions of dollars in economic losses annually. So there's a lot of concern for how we control the parasite and how we can manage around this parasite. So It's important to understand the life cycle, I think, in understanding how the sheep responds to infection, as well as our control measures. So it follows a direct life cycle. Those parasite eggs are deposited in the fecal sample. They hatch into L1 larvae a few days or within a day or so after being deposited in the environment. Those larvae go through several molts until they reach the L3 or infective stage. And those L3 larvae reside on the forage and dew droplets until they're consumed by the host. Once consumed, they go through an additional molt to the L4 stage and then mature into adult worms. It takes about 3 weeks, 21 days or so from the time those larvae are ingested to the time the adults are sexually mature and begin releasing eggs themselves. The period, the environmental portion of that life cycle is highly variable, generally 7 to 14 days in good environmental conditions, but it can be even a few days shorter than that, and it can often be longer than that. It just depends on the climate. It's important to note that these parasites have to keep swimming in order to maintain their position in the abomasum. So they do not bind to the epithelial surface. You can see here, those are some adult worms swimming along the surface of an abomasum. And they have to maintain this swimming to hold their spot and resist being flushed out of the abomasum. So when you think about how some of our anthelmintics work and how some of the mechanisms that we're going to talk about here shortly that the sheep uses to control that infection, a lot of them relate around that the ability to stop that motion and make it more likely that those worms will be flushed out. We see a lot of variation in parasite resistance, both between breeds as well as within breed. So you have your standard parasite resistant breeds, or breeds we consider to be parasite resistant, like the St. Croix. We also have breeds that tend to be more susceptible to infection. A lot of our black-faced breeds, like our Suffolk, generally are more susceptible. But it's important to note as well that there's a lot of within breed variation. And often that within breed variation is greater than the variation between two breeds. We see a lot of variation in the Katahdins. All the work that has been done to develop the fecal egg count breeding value and the utilization of that breeding value, we see quite a bit of variation within that single breed for parasite resistance. So we have that genotype, and that genotype can be expressed as like the fecal egg count EBV as an indicator of parasite resistance or susceptibility. We have that phenotype that we observe, whether those animals are parasite resistant. Do they need deworming? Do they not need deworming? What is their fecal egg count? Are they dying from parasites? And what's going on? What's the connection between that genotype and phenotype? And that is that immune response. So it's the cellular and humoral antibody response to that infection that determines whether that animal is parasite resistant or susceptible. So what is true parasite resistance? A lot of times we hear resistance discussed as well as resilience. And I think resistance is where we really need to put our focus. The trouble with resilience is you have animals that are often carrying a parasite burden. They have some level of infection. They're often releasing eggs out into the environment, contaminating your pastures. And they might not be too terribly infected, or the clinical signs may not be as obvious in those individuals. You know, they might be performing all right. Their Fibonacci scores might be all right. You might not be too terribly concerned about them, but they have that infection. And in a time of stress, transportation, weaning, another disease challenge, any type of stressor, those animals can start presenting clinical signs and can possibly die in a pretty short period of time. So I think resistance is where we really need to focus, and that ability to prevent infection, limit adult worm burden, limit parasite fecal egg release onto your pastures. I think that is more important and where some emphasis should be placed. So if you think about our parasite-resistant St. Croix hair sheep, we take naive hair sheep. They've never seen a parasite infection, homunculus infection before. You give them a dose, an artificial dose of those worms, those larvae, and they get a fecal egg count, a moderate fecal egg count there for a couple weeks. And then by week 7 of infection, they've cleared that infection. There's no fecal egg count. They did that all on their own. There's no anthelmintics given. You compare that to a more parasite susceptible Suffolk, and those sheep get a much higher, more significant infection, higher fecal egg count, and they are not able to clear that infection on their own. So we take these individuals after this 8-9 week infection, you clear them, we give them an anthelmintic, we take all the worms out, let them rest for a couple weeks, and then give them a second infection, which we call the challenge infection. And you look at our St. Croix hair sheep, and they never get a fecal egg count. Despite being given larvae, infective larvae, they do not get any adult worm burden, no fecal egg count, no infection. That's the ideal situation. We compare that to our more susceptible wool sheep, and they once again, while the magnitude of infection has decreased, they still get infected on that challenge infection. So that's kind of our standard model for parasite resistance and susceptibility. So what's happening once those larvae are ingested? You can see here by day 7 post-infection, and those wool sheep, those parasite susceptible sheep, we see a higher worm burden, established worm burden than in our hair sheep. So it's really within that first week, we start seeing differences, and those larvae are establishing much at a higher level than what we see in our hair sheep. So what's the response? What's the host's response to that larval establishment? And that's that cellular response. So this is the immune cell response based on day of infection. And you can see by day 3 of infection, there's a difference between our hair sheep and our wool sheep as far as the concentration of immune cells that have responded to the site of infection. And if you compare that black bar at day 3, so our hair sheep at day 3, compared to our wool sheep, the white bars at day 7, it's about the same. So it takes wool sheep an additional 4 days to get to the same concentration of cells at the site of infection compared to our hair sheep. So those in our hair sheep, that cellular response is faster and to a greater magnitude. And that delayed response that we see in our parasite susceptible sheep gives those larvae more time to establish. So it's not occurring as fast, and those larvae have some time to set up camp inside the sheep. And what are those cells doing when they get there? So those cells actually release their DNA and form these, what we call nets, these extracellular traps. And so they release their DNA, and it forms this net-like structure that binds up the larvae. You can see in the green there, that's that stained DNA, that net-like structure that's binding up the larvae. It's keeping them from being able to swim. And remember, if they can't move, they can't swim, they're more likely to get flushed out of the gut. So these cells are getting to the inside of the infection faster. They're binding up those larvae. And this is just a closer image, scanning electron microscopy image of some of those immune cells. Those cells are those round marble-like objects that are bound to the side of a larvae, an L3 infective larvae. So I just think this is kind of a cool image. And I wanted to share that with you all, of those up close of those cells bound to those larvae. And then if you look at the cellular impact on larval survival, we also see here that in our parasite-resistant animals, they're actually reducing larval ATP. So ATP is a measure of larval energy, and lower ATP can be an indicator of greater larval death. So we have lower larval ATP in our hair sheep and our parasite-resistant animals compared to our parasite-susceptible animals. So they're binding up those larvae, they're taking away some of that energy, and we're seeing greater larval death. And then we also get this Th2 type polarization, immune polarization. And the key here is to associate this with the weep and sweep response. This type of polarization is frequently associated with parasite infections as well as allergic reactions. And the idea is you increase mucus production as well as gut contractility, and that causes a flushing out, a sweeping weep and sweep response to eliminate that infection, that burden in the gut. So the idea is you're flushing out those worms that are there. You're making an environment that's less conducive for larval establishment. So just to summarize all that, we have a little graphic here, and we have those larvae. Once they're consumed, they cause epithelial damage. That damage results in a signaling cascade of cells and antibodies. That polarization, that weep and sweep response, and those bound up larvae that have less energy, coupled with that less favorable environment for establishment, are flushed out of the gut, and you don't see any adult worm establishment. So that's the ideal system that we see in our St. Croix hair sheep, the ideal parasite-resistant model. But what about our parasite-resistant wool breeds? Are there such a thing? The problem in a lot of cases with our very parasite-resistant hair sheep is they lack some of the performance metrics that we're looking for. They're not as fast growing. They're not as heavy muscled. Marketability on some of those sheep is a bit more difficult. And so if we had parasite-resistant wool breeds, breeds that grow faster, that say we can use as a terminal sire, those sheep have greater marketability and may bring more value from a market standpoint. But can they be productive in our forage-based production systems and in the face of this parasite challenge? So I want to highlight some work we've done with the Texel breed. The Texel was developed in the Netherlands. It was imported to the United States by U.S. Mark in Nebraska in the mid-1980s, and was there for several years. Some experiments on their utilization as a terminal sire in the U.S. Before they were released to the public in the early 1990s. There's some work that was done in the UK that showed increased parasite resistance in the Texel compared to the Suffolk, and that has resulted in some interest among producers to use the Texel as a parasite-resistant terminal sire, especially on hair sheep operations and forage-based production systems. So like I talked about earlier, we have this fecal egg count in our Suffolk, our parasite-susceptible sheep, indicated by the solid line, and that fecal egg count is much higher after infection, and that's directly associated with a higher adult worm burden, so the number of worms that are in that gut. You compare that to our St. Croix, we have a very low fecal egg count associated with a very low adult worm burden. But then you look at the Texel and you have this disparity where you have a low fecal egg count that's much more similar to our St. Croix, yet we have an adult worm burden that's much more similar to the Suffolk. So they're getting infected, but they don't have much or any of fecal egg count. So what's going on here? And that led us to want to investigate this further. And we began thinking is there an immune response specifically to the adult worms? Obviously, the adults are establishing, they're there, but we're not seeing the fecal egg count. So is this immune response limiting their ability to feed? Is it limiting their ability to fertilize eggs? Or is it affecting their ability to oviposit or release those eggs and those female worms? And so we expose these females and male worms in vitro to those immune cells from the Texel as well as the Suffolk and St. Croix. I'm just going to highlight the differences here for the sake of time between the Suffolk and the Texel. So we took images of those worms after they were exposed to those immune cells, and you can see here in the Suffolk, that head is clear. There's not really anything bound to it. Pretty normal appearance to the head of that homunculus worm. But you look at the Texel, and you see all of this cellular binding around the head. You can't even see the head of the adult worm. Just this massive structure, conglomerate of cells and antibodies bound to this region. You move down the worm to the genital pore. So this is the reproductive structure. We have the genital pore region. That's where the eggs are released. And this is in the worms exposed to Suffolk cells and serum. You see a little bit of cellular binding there, but not much at all. The area is pretty open and free. It appears to be functional. You compare that to the Texel, and I add some arrows here and labels so that you can see the comparison between these images and just relate some structures and where everything's located. So hopefully that can a little bit of clarity. But you can see that extracellular trap, that cellular binding, that DNA that's been released, that antibody binding, that humoral response as well, bound and coming out of that genital pore region. So, there possibly could be some obstruction there. Are those eggs able to be released? Is this binding impeding their ability to release eggs? And while we were doing this, just under bright field microscopy, before we took these images, we actually noticed in utero egg hatch. So remember, the eggs are supposed to be released by the adult females. They're deposited in the environment outside of the sheep, and those eggs don't hatch until they're out in the environment. So we're actually seeing here, those eggs are hatching inside the adult female. You can see those larvae swimming around in the uterus of the female worm, and that female worm is still alive. You can see her head kind of moving around there. So we have live female worms with larvae inside of them, and that's not supposed to happen. So this further supports the idea that egg release is being impeded. Those eggs aren't able to escape, and as a result, they might be hatching inside of the adult worm. So what causes some sheep to be resistant and others not? It's that immune response, and the degree of that immune response and its ability to recognize and respond to that infection. So if that immune response is associated with increased parasite resistance, is that improved immune response also associated with resistance to other diseases? I mean, by selecting for parasite resistance, we're selecting for an improved immune response. And maybe that immune response, you know, is impacting more than just resistance to parasites. And this kind of led on to some of my other work that I did in grad school at West Virginia. And the original premise of this project was to validate the fecal egg count EBV. And we used rams, Katahdin rams that were extremely high for their fecal egg count breeding value, and some other rams that were extremely low for their fecal egg count breeding value. Randomly mated those to a group of Katahdin ewes in Southwest Virginia. And we're going to develop those lambs on grass and look at natural parasite infection and fecal egg counts at weaning and post-weaning. Well, as this project was going on, I kept getting phone calls from the station manager expressing his concern for the number of lambs that were being lost. And we're seeing pretty high death rates. And I started digging into data, and I realized that most of those lambs that were dying were out of our high fecal egg count rams. So this is year one of the project, and we lost almost 30% of the lambs out of our high fecal egg count rams, compared to only about 10%, 11% out of our low fecal egg count rams. Now we did necropsies on a lot of these lambs, and a lot of those losses were from Clostridium perfringens type A. And up to this time, we had not been vaccinating for type A. We had just been using the normal CDT vaccination. And there's a number of other farms in this region that were also having type A issues. And so we started vaccinating, and in subsequent years that did reduce our death loss. But I think it's important to notice here that in years 2 and 3, death loss is greater in our high fecal egg count sired lambs compared to our low fecal egg count sired lambs. So the trend continued, while the magnitude was not quite as great. This trend for the higher fecal egg count lambs to have higher death losses, and those death losses be due to, maybe more than just parasites, is very intriguing and interesting, and I think deserves a little bit more attention and focus. And if we look at what's going on in some of the other species on the cattle side, the dairy world, they came up with this Immunity Plus Index, a genetic tool to select for general disease resistance, general immunity, enhanced immunity. And as a result of that genetic tool, they've been able to reduce mastitis incidence in those cows. And just this spring, the Angus Association announced their intentions to develop a similar EPD for Angus cattle, looking at immune response and its possible association with, say, respiratory disease resistance. So obviously those could have huge impacts on the cattle world. And maybe in the sheep world, the fecal egg count EBV, maybe that's our tool. Maybe that's the measure that we can use for immunity, for improved immunity, for resistance to parasites, but also some other diseases as well. I think there's more work to be done, but it's some exciting data that we're continuing to work on. So in summary, this immune response determines parasite resistance. So that ability to identify that infection, respond to that infection in an appropriate way, makes some animals more resistant and others more susceptible. And we see our classic St. Croix example, that larval stage oriented resistance. That's the ideal type of resistance. It targets the larval stage. It prevents adult worm establishment. You don't see any fecal egg count. Those are the ideal scenario. In the Texel, you have that adult stage-oriented resistance. We limit pasture reinfection, obviously. Their fecal egg counts are going to be lower. They're not going to be releasing as many eggs, so there's a lower chance of pasture contamination and reinfection. But at the same time, it's important to remember these sheep may still be carrying adult worms. They can carry adult worms despite not having or having a very low fecal egg count. And so, like I talked about earlier, in those cases where we might see a stressful situation, there's the potential that, sheep like the Texel, may start exhibiting some of those clinical signs if those adult worms, if that immune function is broken in some way, and those adult worms are still present. So it's just something important to keep in mind. But just from a sheer standpoint of limiting your pasture reinfection, that could be a big component and helpful as a control measure. With all this, I'd like to thank Dr. Bowdridge's lab at West Virginia University. I spent 3 years there doing my PhD work, really enjoyed my time there, and learned a lot about these mechanisms. And a lot of this work that I presented here was all done in his lab by some of his former graduate students, as well as some of my graduate work as well. And his lab has really helped us understand that mechanism and what's going on that causes some sheep to be more resistant than others. And we've had a continued collaboration with Virginia Tech and the Southwest Virginia Research Center, where the forage-based ram test sale takes place. We also run a Katahdin flock there. And a lot of this work, the Katahdin work, was all done there. So big thank you to the crew there and their contributions to this research. And with that, I'll take any questions. I think just trying to keep it here to about a half an hour. I think I came up pretty close. So I think we have some time for some questions before Brad fills us in on some more information.
Andrew, I got a deal. When we was up there, y'all were talking about some Suffolk rams y'all had that actually died before they showed any fecal egg count, and it was from a parasite infection. Can you go over that a little bit? Because I've had some producers call in with concerns about that.
Yes, that's a great point. So let me go back here to the life cycle. So it's called acute hemoncosis. So those L4 larvae, so the L3 is consumed. The L3 is on the forage, consumed by the host. They molt into the L4. That L4 larvae will start feeding. Those L4 larvae feed on blood, and they will continue to feed as they mature into adults. So in this 21-day period, we're not going to see a fecal egg count for about 3 weeks. But from about, day 2, 3, 4 of infection, those larvae, that infection is feeding, can be detrimental to the host and causing anemia. And it's not always recognizable. So if that sheep consumes, finds the wrong spot in the pasture, or if just parasite burden spikes real quick, they consume a bunch of infective larvae, they can go from no infection to a feeding larval infection very quickly. And that larval infection in those early immature adults, they're all feeding, causing anemia, consuming blood, and that sheep can actually die in that period within a first week of infection with no fecal egg count, very few clinical signs, and very quickly. So it's important, if you have, say it's really dry and there's not much parasite burden, and then a hurricane comes through and you get a lot of rainfall and environmental conditions become very favorable for larval development, and you go from very little larval challenge on your pastures to quite significant, and those sheep go from very little infection to a very high infection very quickly. It's not necessarily safe to wait 21 days and see if you have a fecal egg count. A lot of times those larvae are, they're feeding pretty early on within that first week, and that can cause death in a lot of cases in those severe infections. So acute hemoncosis, just important to remember and keep in mind with those very fast infections.
Andrew, I got one more, and I'll turn it over to Reed them, see if they got any on the chat. The St. Croix, I don't know if y'all have done any research on the crosses, but We've got huge herds out here in West Texas that are St. Croix, Dorper Cross. A lot of white ewe lambs make up the vast herds of those herds in West Texas. Have y'all? Does the St. Croix pass it along in their crosses, or do you have any idea on that?
We haven't done any specific crosses. We try to maintain the purebreds from a research standpoint to understand some of those mechanisms and ask those questions. There has been some discussion about possibly doing, some St. Croix Suffolk crosses to look at, you take sheep on either end of the spectrum and cross them and look at how those genes are being transmitted and the level of infection in those lambs. My guess is it's somewhere in between. A lot of cases, unfortunately, the Dorpers may be not as parasite resistant as we would hope, or not as parasite resistant as some other hair breeds. And you can certainly infuse some of those parasite resistant genetics with the St. Croix. And I think it's not going to be a perfect system. It's probably going to be somewhere in between. I mean, the Katahdin is a composite breed. The Katahdin was developed from many other breeds of Caribbean ancestry, along with a lot of wool breeds. And we see as a result of that, this very wide within breed variation within the Katahdin. And we've been able to use the fecal light count EBV to identify that and quantify that. And I think that something similar would probably result from a lot of those St. Croix Dorper crosses. It'd be somewhere in between. There'd be variability depending on how those genes were passed on. You might have some sheep that are a little bit more resistant than others. They'd probably be somewhere in the middle on average.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, Robert or Reed, we got anything on chat or any other questions that have come in?
Brad, I don't have any extra questions. One thing is, just wanted to see if Dr. Weaver would make his presentation available. We would like to post it on our event website so that participants could have access to it later, and as well as the recording. So if that's a possibility.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So yeah, I can forward the slides on to whoever I need to make those available. So yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much, Brad. I think that's all I see in the comments at this point in time.
Okay, I appreciate it, Andrew. Thanks for coming on, and I'm sure we'll have you back at some future date. Thanks for being here.
I'd be happy to come out sometime.
Well, we wish you could come down and visit our hot summer, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. So, well, good deal. Well, all right, guys, it's my turn, I guess. And just with what Andrew talked there, that we think sometimes the Dorper is not as stomach worm resistant as what we once thought. And last year, I know here in the Texas Hill Country, we had a lot of rain. We also have a lot of coyotes and a lot of bobcats, so we're lambing in traps and with guard animals all around, and so those animals can be clustered for some extended period of time, and it takes out pasture rotation. So last year we had to start worming our ewes a little bit more, and this year I got on the ball a little faster and didn't wait for something to die before I got the drench gun out, and especially those ewes that are sucking lambs. And so I developed a little video here. This is my crash course on videoing. Robert, can everybody see my boy standing there in front of the cut and shoot? Did I not share my screen? Maybe. Let me do that. There we go. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry about that. All right.
I'll let you know when it comes up.
There we go. How about that?
Now we see. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I've just got about a 10-minute video here, I think, and I'm just going to talk my way through it. I shot this on an Insta360 1X camera, and the neat thing about I've tried to video sheep before, working situations before, and you're just never in the right spot at the right time. And what this Insta360 camera does, it films everything, and may not be the best angle all the time, but if something goes on, then when I go back and edit, I can move this camera anywhere around the barn and show what's going on. And so we're going to start out here. This is just a cut and shoot. And it surprises me when I go to different people's houses, still as producers, how many of them don't have a simple cut and shoot. And these things are very simple to make. You can buy them, you can make them. And my dad's back there pushing these ewes up. And we just wanted to start off with, this is very common right here. The first ewe's not going to go down. Once we get them started, they're going to go a lot better. But First ewe walked in there, didn't like it. So my dad's having to probably just get a little more forceful with them. And we're going to get a ewe back there in the back. We call them sometimes lead ewes. Here she comes. She knows the drill. She's going to go down there. And if you watch after a while, when I run them down the race, she's also the first one down the race. So we may not want to sell her. So here we are. They're just going down the chute right here. I just wanted to show you this is very common. No matter what chute design you have, they're going to get bogged up at times. They get two heads in there. So it's just be patient. If you beat on the ones in the back, they're not going to make the two that are stuck go anymore. So now my dad got them out. We're gonna cut another set, and I'm gonna show you. Usually I'm there, and I'm standing a little closer to that pin, and I'll show you when we cut the next set how my presence there can hinder or can keep some of that from happening. So all I did was step up. This is an open panel on this side, so I got in the space of those sheep, and if you see, they're a little scareder, and they go down the chute just a little better. They're not trying to go 3 at a time in that chute. And Brody's just real simple. We're just cutting the lambs out. We're going to give some shots to these ewes and drench them. And so we like to separate. We like to get like kinds of animals together. So we're moving on to the chute design. These chutes are from Ketchum. All of our chute manufacturers that have these type of solid panels are out of state. So it gets pretty costly, especially when we have COVID here. You got to get them shipped in. I'm hoping somebody in the state will make them. That head gate right there, that blue thing is a head gate I bought from Seidel. And one of the problems with these Dorper sheep is the first ewe is really rambunctious at times, and they want to hold their head down. They want to hit the panel because they're scared of you. And so we bought that head gate to catch that first sheep. These panels are solid. Also, if you notice, I have about 20 foot of panels there with 3 gates. And this is so that the sheep fill the race easily. I would almost probably, for the amount of ewes we have, like to go more. This is our modified tub system. One thing I want to show you right here, I have lots of gates on this where I can go in. If I'm there by myself, I can go in and load the sheep, step right back out. So there's 4 gates on this pen. Probably would like it just a tick bigger. This is what it's all blacked out, and this is what we designed to fill our race with, and it works pretty good. One thing most people make mistakes there is they try to just load that back pen as full as they can get it. We want to leave some room in there for the sheep to move around in case they don't want to go in. After they've been run through here for a time, it's amazing how they figure out, maybe I don't want to just go down there. And so they all cram up on the back side of this. So if we leave some room to get in there and move those sheep around, it makes it simple. I'm pretty sure that's the same ewe leading them down the race right there. And so Brody's in the back pushing them up, and we're going to turn sideways. I didn't get this ewe. That's a self-locking head gate down there, so we set it. And when the sheep try to go through it, just their head fits and their shoulder hits it. And this keeps what we had problems with before we got this head gate was that first ewe, especially if she's a little wild, she'd run all the way down there, figure out she couldn't go nowhere, and then start backing up down the chute. And it just made filling the chute a lot harder. So here's giving shots. This is an automatic gun. It goes from 1 cc to 5 cc's. I've got an LA 200 bottle on this gun, and I'm going to show you a picture of it after a while. It's the orange one. A lot of feed stores don't carry these locally. They're kind of a specialty deal, so I just go online and buy them. But if you notice here, I start at the back and work my way forward. It just seems to keep the sheep calmer. The one I'm going to give a shot to, they kind of don't know what's coming. And so we're using a 16-inch, probably a 1/2 inch or 5-inch gauge needle there. And we're putting that. If I want it under the skin, I just try to get it right under the skin. There's nothing perfect there. Here we're going with drenching. And guys, like I said, we used to just drench these in a loading alley. And some of these ewes would turn upside down. You're still going to get some of these stupid ewes. If you don't have a head gate, they just suck their head down to the ground and they'll almost be upside down. A lot of times, instead of my dad videoing, he's there maybe helping me. What I have learned is these Dorpers, the more you try to restrain their head with your hands, kind of sometimes the stupider they get. And so we take our time. We're a little patient. If it doesn't go the first time, like this ewe right here, she's not wanting to hold still, not being able to hit that groove in her mouth. I give her a little time, she settles down, and so here's the head gate. We've got a ewe caught. This is probably not the most ideal way to drench them, but it's made our deal easier. This white ewe that's coming up next is absolutely nuts, and I guarantee you, if you don't have somebody there helping you, getting her caught in that pen sometimes can be hard, and y'all are about to see how stupid she is. So right there, my son can work that head gate. Very, very simple. We're going to give her a dose, and she's going to spit it out. So it's going to go all over my hand. So I'm going to have my boy get in there behind her. I have not given many shots with this head gate, but we have ear tagged with it. We drew blood on about 40 ewes for an online sale the other day. We haltered them up. They have some elevated chutes that you can buy if you want them right there at eye level. This one has worked good for us, and we're going to stay with it until we move on. So that's pretty much drenching. And we did like 6 ewes there. Typically, we're working off this front section. I'll drench 3 or 4. I'll let them out, and then I have somebody in the back filling the next section. So here's kind of some of the different devices that we used. Here's the one I like. It's adjustable. It'll go from 1 cc, I believe, up to 6 cc's. Sometimes we give some LA200 shots for pregnancy, so I'm giving about 10 cc's. Here's one. This is a tube filled, and you attach it to the bottle, and then you attach the bottle to your arm. You don't have that LA200 bottle sticking up above it, but you better be giving some shots to do that one. Here's one that's more for vaccines, probably. I think it's a 2 mil, and this one works good, especially if you're given like some 50 mil bottles. You can go down and work very fast with that one. Here's probably one we're most used to, and this one's can get a lot of feed stores around. The only thing I don't like about it is your hand is so far away from the needle, and sometimes these dorpers, when they rear up, or hair sheep, it's just not as easy to use. So here's the jaws. Here's a neat system. Cost a little more, definitely cost more. They had this one built by somebody. It's kind of probably copied off of a system in Australia. This is kind of their loading pins going into it. Reed videoed this, so blame him for making you dizzy. So that's the back. It's easy. They fill it, and then the sheep walk in there, and they can put a lot of sheep in here. I bet probably 20 ewes, and then the floor has bars welded to it with chains, and the feet go through, and it just picks up their body off the floor, and the sheep can't move. Probably even on goats, especially. Probably there's an old Billy or some kid that can walk on those bars and jump out. But my method, if a goat can jump out, he doesn't need to be drenched or worked, and he's probably going to go to the sale barn anyway. So, and then he's got this end gate there on the string, opens it up, doesn't have to walk down there. These are all time-saving deals he has built in there. And I know Grant and them would be very willing to show you this if you're wanting to build one. I want to say he's got 10 to 15,000 in this unit. Sorry about the quality of this video. It was filled with time lapse. This is Grant's wife going down drenching some Rambouillet ewes, and just very simple. I think Grant's on the other side. They're coming down. There he is, coming in the back. He's drenching them, probably giving them a mix of drenches, which is going to help decrease our worm burden by a huge percentage. And so not having to fight these ewes at all, their heads are right there. They're easy access, not having to bend over. We say this chute right here costs probably $15,000 to build. But as we get older, especially as I get older, I've just had 2 hips replaced at $60K a pop. So a bad knee or a bad back, something like that, might be worth spending a little extra money if we're working a bunch of these sheep to save our bodies just a little bit. So Grant's going to work his way down, and doesn't take no time at all to drench this pen of ewes and not even break a sweat. So I think he's going to release them here in just a second. And guys, we're about done with the video. Just some short stuff here. Just wanted to show y'all. I know that Ketchum system I have there cost me, I think, around $1,200. Again, we've had that stuff delivered to some of the sales or the Sheep and Goat Expo there. Unfortunately, if you want to buy one, you can get them. There's several other manufacturers around that manufacture pretty close to the same systems. So very, very simple to use. I'm gonna stop sharing. So that's it, guys. Be willing to answer any questions, and how if some of y'all have never seen those automatic syringes, you can go on like Valley Vet or Jefferson Pet or talk to your local feed store. They can maybe source them for you, but I just go down there. I read the reviews on them. That orange one we've had about 2 years now, and I always buy a spare. The first time we started using those automatic syringes, I just had one, and it broke about halfway through, and so I was sitting there, had to give another 100 used shots by hand. So I always have a backup on hand, and also with drench guns, we just your common drench gun, always have a backup, and so we're always kind of prepared when we go to work sheep. Robert, that's all I've got. I'm open for questions, and if anybody, or I guess we can go to break if nobody needs me to answer anything.
Well, Brad, I don't see any questions in the chat box at this point in time. Very interesting. Thank you for the video. That was a good visual. We got a chance to see something working in action, and that's what we always like. And Brad, you're exactly right. That's what we'd like to do in a regular session here at the Expo when we're live. So that was the next best thing. So really do appreciate your time, and looking forward to it. We'll pass it along. But like you said, we are going to go into a short break before we start our club lambs, and so we'll get that started, and we'll start our our club lamb session at 10:30. So Brad, thank you again.
All right, you have a good one. Thank you, Robert.
In 1948, William C. Young had a dream to support agriculture and the hardworking people who feed the world. And for over 60 years, Ag Workers has steadily grown by holding true to principles of loyalty, fairness, and service. And today, Ag Workers has expanded by providing access to opportunities that enrich the lives of its membership.
Ag Workers is a lot like family, and you trust your family. I trust the employees, I trust the service. People love Ag Workers because of the relationships that we have with those people.
People don't thank you for your insurance. Our people do. We work for them.
They truly do look out for what's best for their customers and try to provide the absolute best service that they can.
Built on a solid foundation of strength, trust, and security, Ag Workers is more than just a business. It's people taking care of people. Ag Workers Insurance, a legacy of trust since 1948.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Hobson, and I am with the Bear Range and Pasture Group. Want to wish everybody the best of luck during this virtual Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association meeting. And we have introduced two key products into the range and pasture markets in Texas this year. Invora is a new tool, new technology, new chemistry, new molecule that's going to help those that have problems with mosquito and weed setch manage those problems better than they ever have before. And then in the warm season perennial grass markets, we're currently introducing Resilon, which is going to help manage annual grasses and broadleaf weeds on your warm season perennial grasses. So if you need more information, contact me or Dr. Alan McGinty, who lives right there in the San Angelo area, or any of the others of our range and pasture team. We'll be glad to help you. Once again, good luck to you, and I hope you enjoy the meeting.
It's hard to let something that's been in your family for generations go, so it feels good to make a go of this. I'm Tyler Black. I'm a fourth-generation farmer here in Bailey County, Texas. We grow corn, milo, wheat, raise cattle. Working with Capital Farm Credit has been great. I mean, you're not on your own when you go into Capital Farm Credit. They treat you more like family. One of the best things about Capital Farm Credit is they speak our language. Together we're much better.
The American Goat Federation represents the interest of every goat owner in the United States. AGF travels to Congress each year to present producers' concerns and takes part in USDA and other agency meetings throughout the year to make sure the goat industry has a voice in decisions that affect goat producers. In addition, the Federation provides accurate information to the general public about goats and goat products.
Gosh.
EcoDeer, ecology, economy, results. Brought to you by Palmer Feed. Family owned and operated since 1943. For more information, visit our website, palmerfeed.com.
No one ever said sheep and goat ranching is easy. Day in and day out, it's a tough job. Part of our mandate at Lakeland Farm and Ranch Direct is actually listening to our customers and finding solutions that actually work for you and your farm. Whether it's handling, trimming, sorting, or crowding, Lakeland has the sheep and goat equipment to help make your day just a little bit easier. Our deluxe spin trim chute is a farm favorite for many sheep and goat farms that need an easy way to trim, tag, and vaccinate their animals. The working chute and crowding tub is a great system to help crowd your sheep and goat and make your operation an efficient one. The Lakeland Easy Clamp is the go-to product for high-volume sheep and goat handling, perfect for drenching, vaccinating, dagging, and more. Whether you need handling equipment, fencing panels, sorting attachments, or weigh scales, Lakeland can help build a custom sheep and goat system that works for you and your farm. Through our farm direct delivery, our easy-to-use premium products, or our exceptional customer service, Lakeland Farm and Ranch Direct is the only provider of sheep and goat products that make life easier for today's rancher and the hardships they face.
Hello everyone, my name is Wade Polk, and I'm the branch manager at Central Texas Farm Credit in San Angelo. We are proud sponsors of the 2020 Texas Sheep and Goat Expo, and we want to help you with your financing needs. We finance and refinance farm and ranch real estate loans, as well as providing loans for operating, equipment purchases, and livestock. We understand the ins and outs of agricultural financing, and we can customize a loan to fit your specific needs. To learn more, stop by and visit with us at 1021 South Cohenheim, or visit us online at ranchmoney.com, or call us at 325-658-8545. Thank you.
It's more than a piece of land. It's a place where you create memories and leave a legacy. It sounds like a dream, but at Capital Farm Credit, we'll help you make it a reality. As the most experienced rural lender in Texas and a cooperative, we're with you every step of the way. Your goals are our goals, because no matter what your dream might be, we're all in this together, and together, we're better.
Weeds will rob me of my investments, because any of the weeds, they'll take up the nitrogen and they take up the water that I need for the grass. We need the grass for the cows. The weeds are not palatable to cows. They will not eat them, or if they do eat them, some of them may be toxic. So there's a return on investment by allowing there to be more grass available to be grazed by the cattle. We have tried to manage our forage to provide those cows those protein and energy needs to be successful.
Welcome back, everybody. We're glad to have you back. We had a really good program so far, and I appreciate, once again, we want to thank our sponsors and our exhibitors. We've had an opportunity to recognize them throughout the last 2 days. But once again, even in the virtual format, we wouldn't be able to do what we've done without the support of our long-term sponsors. We really appreciate them being with us and working with us through this challenging 2020 year. But like I said, I think that we've seen a lot of good comments. And so if you get a chance to see any of our sponsors that we've recognized throughout the last 2 days, please let them know how much you appreciate their support of this type of program and what it means to you to have their support so that we can make sure these programs continue. Continuing on with our program, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Josh Blanick. He is our county extension agent here in San Angelo and Tom Green County, and he is going to be moderating and working on our Club Lamb session. So, Josh, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Robert, and apologize to everybody. My camera's not working today, being away from the office. But kind of following in the theme of this year's Sheep and Goat Expo and talking about technology, our Club Lamb committee decided that we wanted to kind of go technology route and focus on virtual shows. Everybody's familiar with what went on this spring and the opportunity for some virtual shows to come up, and we think that's something that's going to be here as we continue showing opportunity for people to show from their home, not have to travel. And so we got 2 parts of the session today, and not take up too much time. My 2 co-chairmen of the Club Lamb committee are going to moderate each 2 sections. The first half is going to be talking about hosting a virtual show. And so if you're at home and your county fair or jackpot or local group is wanting to host a virtual show, we got 2 great speakers, and Sarah Brister Loving with Brister Club Lambs, she's going to moderate that session. And then we're going to follow up the second 30 minutes with tips for presenting a lamb in a virtual show setting. And my other co-chairman, Chase McFall, the county extension agent in Reagan County, Big Lake, Texas, is going to moderate that session and also fill in there. So not to take up any more time, Sarah, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right, guys, can y'all hear me okay? This is my first time using my computer for this.
Hear you good, Sarah.
All right, sounds good. Hey guys, welcome to this virtual Sheep and Goat Expo. I know many of the speakers here have probably never even heard of our Sheep and Goat Expo, and hopefully can spread the word, trying to expand our Club Lamb side of things. We've got some awesome speakers. We've got Steva Robinson. Steva comes with us from Novel Design and Stephen Robinson Showstock, and then Rachel Couture. Hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, Rachel. Rachel's with Ranch House Design. She founded Ranch House Design and has been very successful there. And then we've got Candy Schminke as well, that is evaluated sheep for many of these shows. I want to kind of start with Rachel and on your Ranch House Design, and in terms of your multi-species. I know you've done multiple species with things, and then we'll kind of roll over into Steva and visit with her and some of the exciting things she's done as well. What you got, Rachel, as far as what you've offered for the livestock industry?
Okay, sure. Do we want this to be more of just kind of casual video? I mean, casual conversation, or?
Sure. Yes. Okay.
So we're based down in Texas, and I primarily work with cattle. And so I haven't done any sheep or goat shows, but I will tell you what we've done with the cattle. So back right after Houston canceled, we started doing some virtual shows. So since March, we've done about 10 different virtual shows for different clients that have had about 2,000 head of cattle. The thing I like to tell clients is that it's a nice alternative, but it's nowhere near the same as what it is for a real live show, and we actually just completed our livestock marketing survey at Ranch House Designs, and we asked the question of exhibitors, do you like doing virtual shows? And 60% said no, they don't. And we also asked, do you hope that virtual shows will continue after COVID? And I think 80% said no. And so that wasn't, I think that's pretty indicative. It's that it is just an alternative, and it's not really something that's going to stay. I guess I like to share maybe some of the challenges. Would that help?
Yes, for sure.
So I've just a couple of things I've noticed is that I feel like maybe when you get into a virtual show, you might be thinking that it's easier because you're not going to have a facility or you're not going to have, you know, to line up the livestock and go through the ring. But I think it's actually harder, in my opinion, because the factors you're working with would be like the user's internet capability, the user's technical ability, the same for the judges. The judges' internet capability, technical ability, and then the time frame that it's going to take. I have judged virtual shows and I've put on virtual shows. The last virtual show we put on had 300 entries and it took our team a total of 25 hours to do it all from start to finish. And so if you compare that to a day, you know, at the fair, that's a long day of doing virtual shows. And so it's definitely possible and it's definitely an alternative, but I don't think it's something that people should just be like, oh, this is going to be super easy. We'll have people send in videos and it's all going to work. You know, maybe just let's start with those opening comments and then let's hear what the other speakers have to say, and I'll be happy to jump in.
For sure. And Steva, I know you've done several sheep shows and have had some of your feeders exhibit as well, and kind of give us a little rundown of what you've experienced. I mean, none of us would choose to do a virtual over a live show, but at the same time, if it gets us showing and exhibiting our lambs or goats, what can we do? So give us a little rundown of kind of what you've experienced.
Sure. So, well, thanks for having me on. A little bit about my background is I run and own Novel Designs and Champion Drive along with Branded Show Gear, and we also help on the pigplanet.com. I've been involved in different virtual circuits, such as the Backyard Bonanza Show Pig Circuit, which was really popular this spring, from country to country, working with Jeff Maynard at Virtual Stock Show on that. We also did the American and the Mormon Show Tech show that Candy judged for us through the Champion Drive platform. And we've also had some customers such as Otts, Macaulay's. They've done some customer shows through us as well. And a lot of what Rachel said is spot on. No one wants to say, let's get rid of our show and have a virtual show. It is 100% to get away, to get the kids out and get their projects exhibited. And hopefully we can all go back to not having to do them. But we got to make the best of what we got. If you get lemons, you got to make lemonade. So the biggest thing I found is you really need to promote it. You have to replace that atmosphere that those kids are expecting to have in the ring. The virtual shows are not easier. They're way more work. And I think one of the big downfalls is the kids just don't feel engaged in them. They submit their video, they maybe watch it, they maybe see how you do it or how they do, and then, oh, okay, well, I don't know that they get the experience out of it. So that's where if you're putting one on, you can really increase your, for your exhibitors, make that atmosphere for them. Really build it up on social media, make a website for it, promote it, give out good awards, really try and replace what we're missing due to COVID. One of the biggest things I would say is clearly set out your guidelines. How long do you want your videos to be? How should they hold their phones? How should they dress? How long should the videos be? What angles are you looking for? Explain who your judges are, and maybe highlight some of the awards you're looking to give out, or if you have some sponsors, create an excitement video for it and build some hype for it. And I think the biggest ones that we've done that have had success have been the ones that have really had some hype behind it. And I think you're just looking to give the kids the atmosphere, because after all, that's our end goal, is for the kids. Some other keys, the timing. It takes a long time to video sheep, and it's not easy. When we go out, and we've had some of our customers do it, we have a shearing day just like you would for a show. We take them out and we video them, and maybe some of them were too full. Maybe some of them needed some more fill. So we go back, and maybe the next day we go back out and do it again. Or I know for one of the shows, we got all the way done. We got our phone in, cooked it up to our computer, made a huge shadow from a tree over all of them. Well, that wasn't exactly ideal, so we went back and did them all. So you need to give your folks plenty of time to get your animals videoed, but you don't want it too wide either. We don't want videos from 45 days ago showing against lambs right now either. Like, we need to have a consistent time. The other thing that I want to touch on is judges. You basically, with a virtual show, have unlimited judging options. Instead of trying to pay Candy to fly in from Iowa for your show in Texas, now all of a sudden she can do it from her home. And like Rachel said, we have to be a little bit aware of like, what is that judge's internet connection? What is that judge comfortable with doing? Like, are they comfortable giving a voiceover of reasons? Are they comfortable of typing out the reasons? One of our hog shows, we had Al Christian judge, and I don't know if any of you know Al Christian. Al Christian used to be the swine manager at the Iowa State Teaching Farm. And when I heard that he was their judge, I thought, oh, he'll do a great job, but does Al even own a computer? So we have to think about that. He ended up having to get a friend to sit next to him for the entire show, and he helped him and everything. He's like, it was really fun, but I don't really understand how it all worked. Like, he was able to evaluate the hogs, but there was a huge struggle there, and I'm sure Candy can talk some more on there. So you need to kind of take that into account, but you do have a really good possibility of bringing in a judge that you might not normally be able to, because you now can have anyone in the country evaluate your stock. And then the other thing is that I had written down was promote your winners and your awards. Like, a lot of times the show ends and then it's just over after that. Give those kids something, you know, whether it's posting on social media so it's shareable, or something that they can get, send them banners, send them awards. The whole point of this is to keep these kids and get it through so they continue on till the next project. Like Rachel said, I thought her stats were really interesting. We've had a lot of success in virtual shows in pigs and sheep, and I don't think there's a single person that says, yep, let's just get rid of our live shows. I mean, we do it because we love livestock, we love the shows, we love the atmosphere. So try and build that up as much as you can. I also have some notes on like different video tips. I don't know if you want me to go into that now, or if you want to switch to someone else.
Well, let's hold that for sure. Let's go ahead and I got a couple questions for both of y'all in terms of, you know, hopefully, you know, unfortunately here in Texas as well, we're allowed to do some shows, and if it comes down to it into the spring, and these guys want to do the county fairs and then leading into even auctions and stuff like that, is that some features that can be offered to allow these kids to possibly still get to exhibit their animal on a county fair level? So we're trying to, our customers or our viewers here are anywhere from agents to exhibitors. And so let's say a 4-H club, you know, wants to put a show on, or their county fair was recently canceled. So going into more so even on the auction side of things, is that something that is possible to even do for a county fair type situation?
That's not something that I have a whole lot to do with on my end. I do know that I've had several that I have bid on for customers, like sheep that I've sold. I've gone on and bid on several platforms. I don't have a whole lot to do with that end of it on the auctions. So that might be a better question for Rachel. I'm not sure if she has experience on that or not.
Sure. So if you're going to do an auction, can y'all hear me? Okay, yes. Great. Okay, so if you want to incorporate a junior premium auction, you're probably going to want to partner with an auction provider. So choose one of the, you know, industry popular online auction services and partner with them to do the premium auction. The good news about that is you already have all the videos, so you could easily share those videos with the auction provider. And then, you know, the people from the community could bid through their auction site.
I do know that on some of the platforms, one of the big differences is some of them have an add-on. So if grandma and grandpa wanted to go and add in $100, but maybe didn't want to bid to $4.75 a pound, that's a big thing. I know that Jeff Maynard's crew, which is like Next Level Livestock Camps and Virtual Stock Show, their platform has an add-on option. He's done a bunch of those in Arizona. And I think the add-on thing has brought in just as much money as the sale itself. If people are just wanting to say like, hey, I'd like to go put $50 on all of my customers that buy feed from here, rather than sit there and bid and have to spend, you know, quite a bit of money. That's been a really good way to get more people involved, and a kind of a big benefit from those sales. So that would be one thing to ask whoever you go through. I do know that there have been some people that have used, like Rachel said, the industry popular ones. I also have seen some local sale places around here that have done it through their online bidding, which is also a good avenue to look from as well, because it might also help those auctioneers in return. They might bring some local people that they have contacts with that maybe don't go to your county fair sale all the time. So those are good options to explore, but I think the add-on part is a big bonus.
Yeah, that's great to know, for sure. Okay, so Steva, let's talk about okay, let's say I want to go ahead and get my kid entered. What's the steps to be taken for this type deal?
Sure. So once you get your sale booked through whatever platform you're going with, I think the entry process is pretty simple. You're going to want to get a really good video. You're going to want to get the lamb sheared, get them presented just like you would at a show. Get your kid in their show clothes and let's find a good day, go out in the front yard or wherever it is. Get rid of the distractions. We don't want a bunch of stuff going on in the background. We don't want to see, the big burn pile to the side or anything. Just pick a nice background like you would normally take if you're going to take a nice picture. And I have a video I can show if I can share my screen. Or maybe I'll go over the tips first, then I'll share my screen. The way we kind of figured out, it took a lot of trial and error. We set the sheep up, we'd walk around it, we'd show a side view, we'd show a front view, then we'd walk it, then we'd set it up again. And I think after talking to several judges that had judged online sales, you run a really good 30 to 45 second clip. We don't need 3 to 5 minutes because it's harder for them to go back through it. Get good lighting, have a steady hand with your camera. Don't be moving up and down and all over, like try to be really smooth and consistent. And then the other big thing is make sure you remove the sound. We have seen some really interesting commentary on the backside from parents. And I'm as guilty as anyone too. When we do it, you're sitting there talking, the judges can usually hear the sound on most of those. On an iPhone, you can go and remove the sound by just clicking the little speaker button. And it's pretty handy to take that out really easily without altering anything else. So I do have a video that I pulled up from one of the shows. Let me see. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one that we took of a kid that shows sheep from us. Should start one. And so this is for the Mormon show. They had an entry card we had to put on the front of it. And then we just went ahead, we got the sheep set up, started the video, walked around, and I violated my distraction rules. We've got trucks in the background, but that's where we live, so I couldn't really work around that. And as you can see, we went ahead, we sheared them, got their legs all done, got the kids all ready, and then went out and just tried to keep a really smooth hand, show all views of it. And we're going to go ahead.
Strictly videos, correct? No pictures, just video?
This one we did on videos, yeah.
Okay.
And then we just did some walking, so you could see him walk from the side. And on this one, I guess I don't have as much of a rear view. This is just one I pulled up quick. But yeah, so that's kind of and I would say we probably videoed the sheep 20 times to get to this point because, it's livestock. They're going to move a leg. Something's going to happen. We live right by a main road, so we had all sorts of traffic. I'm sure they wondered what we were doing. But yeah, so that I would say that's kind of what you're looking for when you get your video. You're going to need that when you enter. Other things that you're going to need, it might ask you for, the tags, depending on your show, you might need to know your breeder information, such like that. But usually the entry part is pretty straightforward once you get your video. And I think it varies from platform to platform.
Yeah, and I can probably testify too that you got a freshly washed sheep, you put them out in the middle of the sun. It's a little harder to evaluate. You gotta really focus on where you're, not just your background, but the being able to view that lamb, because at the right angle or the wrong angle could make that lamb look off in his loin. It could, if he's too bright, he could look a little flatter made and that sort of thing. So sometimes you've got to evaluate where you're going to video that sheep so it doesn't give him that disadvantage either. Okay. Rachel, do you have any information that you'd like to kind of share or just some pointers in terms of entering animals in, lighting, video, sound, any of that sort of do's and don'ts?
So I speak a little bit more from the organizational side of things, and Steva had some really great points that I wanted to, elaborate on. She showed a little bit of the entry card that was from the Mormons video, and I think this is a common challenge we do see in holding virtual shows, that someone might have a really great video that they did a couple months ago, and they just think, oh, I'm going to use this same video to enter every virtual show on the planet, and shows are picking up on that, and even judges. And so using the entry card is a good way to guarantee that the video is current. And so she showed the one of like the screen. I've also seen it where they ask maybe the exhibitor to wear a number clip showing the name of the show so it can't be edited and things like that. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. And then I wanted to comment on the time frame it takes to put on a virtual show. We are finding that our system is about a 3-week process from start to finish. So we usually allow 1 week for people to submit their videos, and then 1 week for our team to do the behind the scenes organization and saving and processing the videos. It never fails. You're going to have several that have some problems. Maybe the video doesn't play, or maybe they send in 13 different videos of the same animal, and you got to filter through all of that, and that takes a lot of time. And then usually we leave 1 week for the judge to spend his time doing the judging. And so those are just the only other things that I wanted to add. I participated in the American show that I think Steva put on, and I thought it was flawless. And as a parent of the exhibitor, one of the things I really liked is the promotion and the gift pack. And so they had an option where it was a premium add-on purchase, but you could purchase like a t-shirt and a little sticker or something for every kid. And we purchased that. And I know when my daughter got it in the mail, she really liked it, and she really felt like she was part of something. And so in a lot of the virtual shows we've done, we've encouraged the shows to give some kind of little goodie, send it out to every exhibitor, even if it's a $5 sticker or a little keychain or something, just to give them some experience.
Okay. All right. So Josh, you got any information that you would like to share? I know, fortunately we've been able to not have to do the virtual side of things yet, and hopefully won't need to, but I know you yourself said that your girls have not yet, but we want to roll into kind of going over visiting with the judges.
Sarah, I do have one question. They kept answering my questions. Another one is, so if a fair had to go this way, what kind of cost would they be looking at? Would it be similar to a live show? More or less? I mean, I know you probably can't give exact figures, but kind of ballpark or kind of what they could expect.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, so if we're going to do a show for someone, I have no idea what other people charge, but I'll just tell you what we do. We do a $500 entry setup fee, which is like a portal that gets you the entry card, the video submissions, and then at the completion of your entry deadline, we send all that to the fair in a spreadsheet and in Dropbox with all the videos saved. And then your other cost would be, just your regular cost of a judging fee and prizes fee. I would say that I think that there is maybe a sentiment that you don't have to pay virtual judges as much or at all, and I really disagree with that, because they're having to spend just as much time. And so I would encourage you to consider just continuing to pay your judge as you normally would, even though they are judging virtually.
With the platforms I've worked with, I haven't worked with Rachel's yet, but we have worked with Virtual Stock Show and with Walton. And I think I can't really answer those questions, but I think a little depends on what you're charging the exhibitor to entry. Like if your fair's canceled, are you charging them an entry, or have they already paid the fare? So I think it's just pretty much on a custom basis with most of them. And I think there's some different options based on what kind of experience you're looking for. Like Virtual Stock Show, the exhibitors can't watch the show, which is in some ways really nice, because for those kids that are at a lower level, like they're not subjected to having the entire country watch them, maybe struggle with getting their sheep set up and or as a breeder, like maybe we don't want the entire country to go like, oh wow, that's one that that Sarah raised, or that's one that Steva raised, and it's just a first year kid going out there having a good time. We don't so there's some pros and cons to that. On Walton, they can watch the whole show. They advance through the bracket. Rachel can probably talk more about how theirs works, but I think the cost is maybe just something to have a conversation with those companies based on what you're looking to do and achieve.
That's a really great point. The public videos is a really great point, because that's something that every show probably needs to think about before they get started. If you are going to make the videos public, you're going to need to make sure you have a model release on all the kids, just so you have the permission to post their videos on YouTube. We particularly don't post the videos. They're private for the judges. And then if you're selected as a champion, then yes, we do share, but we go back to that exhibitor and get their permission. But I have judged some virtual cattle shows where they've taken all the videos from a class and put them into one YouTube video for the whole class. So you'll see like 10 videos back to back to back, and it's public on YouTube for anybody to watch. The results are not public, but the entries were.
Cool. All good information. So the questions are coming in steady here. So how are classes broke? Let's say we're having a sheep show. Do we break them by breed, break them by weight? Everybody show together? How is that done in a virtual setting?
You can do that however you typically do your fair. Like you can tell whoever's doing your platform, hey, we want to show by breed and then by weight. We'd like to have our class size be around 8 to 10, or let's take a look and see what they called their weights. Let's see where the logical breaks are. There's a lot of customization options based on whatever you want your parameters to be. If you want ewes in one show and wethers in another, or bred and owned in one, that's pretty customizable across all platforms.
Okay, just like a show. So if you had a larger show, have y'all had like multiple judges where they split them up and then compare at the end, or is it better just to have one judge, all that?
I'm not 100% sure, Candy might remember, in the Mormons virtual show that we did, I want to say there was around 200 or 300 head, wasn't there, Candy?
And you just had one judge for that one?
Yeah, we had Candy do that, and she might be on mute, I'm not sure.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
You're all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was, I think 290 is what we ended up with. And yeah, it took a little time. But to get those comments, because you wanted to make sure those exhibitors had good comments back to kind of keep it positive and keep them going. So that kind of took some time, and you didn't want to say the same thing over and over. So, but I think at the end where you did the live comments, I thought that was really good, because you heard a lot back on that. They just like to see, the overall champions. So it's really up to, I think, each show what you want to do.
On some of the pig shows that we did, we'd run 4 judges. We'd have 2 gilt judges and 2 barrow judges. And then they come together to get their top 5, which I think is, like at swine shows, we're pretty accustomed to that at like World Pork Expo and stuff. And we'd have some shows that would have 1,400 head or so. So obviously that's too much for one person to take on. So you could either split it up or have them, they work together on the classes and then come together on the breeds, or come together on the top 5, however you want to do it.
Okay. So yeah, like Sarah said, my kids show sheep, and we haven't done one, but I'm sure curious about this. So I think y'all kind of answered my next question that showed up was, can you add a showmanship component?
You could. We haven't done it on any of ours. Rachel, have you on yours?
I did the Kansas Junior show, and they did a showmanship component, and they actually, I did not like the way they did it, but they took all of the entries. So if a kid entered 5 head, they grouped all of that exhibitor's videos into one folder, and you could see all of the 5 head that they exhibited. And so you kind of just went in and they asked the judges to look at a combination of every video they had, which I guess would be sort of like someone who's maybe judging showmanship all day and picking an overall winner at the end. But you can definitely do it.
Okay. That's neat, because that's always popular at the county show, is who's going to be the champion showman. So, well, that's some really neat information. It's 11 now, and I know y'all are going to stay on, and if we have more questions, we can come back to you, or y'all might jump in. But Chase is going to take over, and we're going to kind of talk about presenting those lambs for a online show. Chase?
Yeah, Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Josh, I have Chad Charmerson and Candy Sminky on with me, and what we're going to talk about is some tips and considerations from a judge perspective. And I've had the opportunity to get to judge one. I know Candy has, and Chad has a lot of his showers underneath him that have participated in them. So just some tips and considerations. The one on my mind from when I judged it that I thought that was important, especially when you get in that top end, is when those sheep get set in motion, to really concentrate on your videos and get all the angles when they're set in motion, because it looked like to me when we get them stuck, they're taking very good videos, and you can see all angles from when they have them set up. It's when we get set in motion, especially on that top end, that's when they kind of sort themselves from the others. So I would really consider really taking the time, extra time, and when you get them set in motion, to get a good video in. Candy, Chad, if y'all want to chime in on that, or y'all have some more ideas or considerations, go ahead and chime in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chad.
All right, there you go. Just one thing I've ran across on the couple of times that we've done this is, as a general rule in our place, we don't like to wash and shear these sheep unless we are going to an actual show. And that question's always come up as far as whether or not we can just, rough them out, 13 them off, kind of blow them out and do it that way. And I think that's a huge no, just from the standpoint is you've got to treat it just like a live show. You're making, you're going to have them acceptable to, breaking out with fungus. When you wash them and shear them for a regular show, you're going to do it the same way with the virtual show. And I think in order to present those things to where they look their best, whether you're doing it virtually or you're doing it live, you've got to treat it the same way. Fitting techniques, fill, the way they're sheared, the showman and the presentation, everything is huge. And like you said, just to reiterate what you said on the video part of it, making sure that you take time to do it right and just slow down. And it's going to take several shots. I mean, Steve obviously has experienced this to where it takes a few goes to make it all look right.
I think that's a great point all the way through there. When I was, was going and sitting through several of those shows, the virtual shows, and looking at the videos, the length of the video is really important, because some of those videos got really long before they really got into like moving the lamb or getting some different angles. Some of them spent a lot of time just on their entry card, where we could get, moving right into the project. Sometimes some of those videos were distance was way too far away, where you just wanted them to zoom up or get closer to them. So I think the more times that they do the videos on the different angles, but it can be really quick on what they could do, just start from the side profile and then go right around to the rear shot, go down through the top, take a front end shot, and then get that lamb into motion. And you should be able to do that in about 30 to 45 seconds. When you're sitting down to do that many different videos and to go through them, you really want to get, that class. So you really want to kind of open that video and really be presented. That lamb just kind of, when you open that video, you see the best angles of that lamb immediately. And I think those were some of the videos that sat out, apart. Lighting is huge. Some of those the lightings, like Sarah had said too, sometimes, if it is too bright, you get different angles there. The lambs can really be deceiving when you see them from one end to the other. Some of them were, too dark. You couldn't see the lamb either. But in motion is a big one, just to be able to take some of the different angles.
Hey, Josh, this is Chase.
Yes.
Is there any
Yes.
questions rolling in for Chad,
Haven't
Katie, and myself?
haven't yet. Y'all been kind of answering some of my questions as you go. What one thing I thought about earlier, I mean, from y'all's judging experience, I mean, have you seen some taken in a barn? If there's good lighting in a barn, does that work just as well as outside, or is it a must to be outside?
I've seen some taken in a barn, Josh, and I never really got good lighting when the ones that were taken in the barn. I don't know, Candy might have, but I never got really good videos from the people that tried them in the barn, from my experiences.
The ones that, can you guys hear me, I hope?
I can hear you, Candy.
Okay,
Yep.
awesome. Yeah, there was one that we had in the barn, but you can't get those lambs, really get out and walk. The rear shot, the side shot, front shot was really good, but to any movement, it was just too crowded. The outside shots were definitely better in their videos overall.
I think the lighting deal is as big of an issue as time of day. I mean, obviously you don't want to be doing all this in the heat of the day with the way it's been here anyways. And the few that I've had that we've been involved with have primarily been more on a county level in California. And I mean, it's relatively hot out there, but I think if you can gauge it to where the lighting is good and you've got good light in your background, because like somebody had mentioned earlier, I mean, if it's too bright, sheep can look a little flat. If it's too dark, they can look a little pudgy sometimes. I mean, it's a trick to do that. I have not myself had to sit and video one, but I've had them sent to me over and over and over, and it's been a situation where it's negative. I mean, that won't work. That one won't work. That one won't work. And we went through several different ones. And again, the distance on those sheep in motion, I mean, you obviously don't want to be chasing up behind those things whenever you're trying to get up close and watch them move. But if they get too far away from you, that gets distorted and you can't about those sheep as well.
Yeah, and I think just on a breeder standpoint, or even Chad too, you get these guys that are trying to send these videos in. You said that as you got videos being sent to you, and I think getting a second opinion prior to entering these lambs in will help, and help educate these guys and getting a second eye, because if you're standing there videoing a sheep constantly, it's almost like a barn blindness in a way that you're trying to figure out the right angle. Everybody's exhausted, everybody's mad because the sheep's not cooperating and that sort of thing, and you're trying to ask mom or dad or somebody to video the sheep. So I think getting a second opinion, without blowing somebody's phone up, but getting a second opinion should also, I would advise, if you can, and having a second eye to help you pick that right view. And I think doing it virtually can also help you do something like that. So you can, unfortunately video them 17 times, but to get that right angle may pay off in the long run.
We've done a lot of those and still shots for sale sheep, whether it's ewes or lambs. But Steve, as you have videoed several of these, is there a time of day that's better?
I think it just kind of depends on your setup. Like where we like to go, like it works better with the sun behind you. So like we've always found when we pictured bucks or pictured the sale lambs or anything like that, it usually works good later in the afternoon when that sun's in the very back. If you're facing the other way, I mean, and you might want to do it in the morning, but like I typically think like right before the sun starts to go down is the best time.
Well, that's kind of what our experience has been, closer to the evening.
Mm-hmm.
I think another thing too is the point is sometimes those videos depends who's running those. to put the whole show together. But I had quite a few in this one show that the videos were put in sideways, they were put in upside down, and then they were wanting me to go in and, you know, to rotate them, but that was taking too long. But that would be one thing the kids, you know, definitely to put those videos in correctly when they're submitted. That helped a bunch just in timing and to, you know, move forward in that show. So that's another point that I guess, you know, a lot of us don't even think of. But when you're sitting down there judging and trying to go through them, that took a lot of time. That was one thing that we definitely needed to switch.
Andy, I'm glad you brought that up, and that was a question I was thinking about yesterday, and getting ready for this and researching these virtual shows, I had read the tips about landscape is so much better than, I guess that's portrait. And so that kind of leads to my next question, and maybe Rachel, as a show mom and a show host, do these fancy new iPhones, do they work just as well as anything, or would you want a fancy $high camera you could borrow from somebody? Does it really matter?
Oh yeah, so totally. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, you can use your iPhone. In every one that I've entered for my daughter, we've used our iPhone, and I think most of the ones we've received are from an iPhone. So you mentioned, Candy, you mentioned like you got the videos and they were turned sideways as a judge. And so that was kind of going back to what we talked about in the organizational in that week to sort through the videos. So hopefully your show processor is going to go through and look at those, and then they're going to take, I feel that that's the responsibility of the show organizer to then go back to the exhibitor and say, hey, your video is upside down. Do you want to send in a new one or something like that? Because I don't think that should be the judge's responsibility to try to sort through those. And if I was a judge, I would just not watch it, you know?
Yeah, that's after I went through several of them, I just finally called.
Candy, we lost you. Right. There you are.
Yeah, sorry, had a phone call come in and I couldn't get it click off quick enough. But other than that, I think virtual shows there at first, they were coming in right and left, you know, especially here in the Midwest and, you know, then into California and that was a big thing that I think a lot of these guys just got overwhelmed really quickly, and the hosts and them together.
Well, I think it's certainly something that, you know, that gives us a second opportunity to get the kids in the ring, if, so to speak. You know, if they're helps us sell animals and it keeps them interacted and like you said, Rachel and Steva, that promotion and rewards and that sort of thing, and just talk it up, I think is going to be super key. Make those kids feel like they were at a show and they get rewarded. I know y'all done an excellent job seeing through Facebook and on Champion Drive and everything, the results and stuff has been, I know a lot of our kids have been super excited, and then when they get the prizes at home and they take pictures and stuff too, it certainly helps. So it gives us a good idea from here going forward. If hopefully we don't need to be doing many virtual shows and we can get out there, but certainly opens opportunity and gives us a perspective that way. Down the road, if we're caught where we have to go virtual, we at least have some sort of idea or know who to reach out to help us along.
You know, one of the things I think people are concerned about, obviously, is the fact that do we have shows? We don't start to be able to get these kids back into the ring. I mean, is virtual going to be the new deal? And I think eventually, obviously, we'll get some kids back in the ring and have some live shows. But for several of us, selling livestock is our livelihood, you know, or part of it at least. And so I think if we can make these available, and the more virtual shows we have available to kids, I think it's important. Whether the person chooses to participate in them or not, I still think it's important to have them out there. But, you know, eventually I think we will end up getting back into the show ring at some point. You know, I had a guy ask me the other day that, you know, you're seeing pictures, you're seeing videos, but you know, the downside to not knowing that sheep handles like, you know, how's that sheep touch? And that's just something that, you know, we're going to have to overcome. The virtual part of it is a judge is not going to know how those sheep handle. You can tell a lot about a sheep from as far as muscle development and description of muscle, and you can kind of get an idea of what you think they may touch like in the way they're handled. And that's why I think it's important whenever these guys are prepping these sheep for these virtual shows to treat them just like you would any regular show you'd go to. You want their feel to be right. You want them to be fitted right. You want them to look as, you know, as flashy as you possibly can. And I think by doing that, you treat them just like you would a live show so that you can have them ready.
On that note, Chad, you talked about it earlier, and Candy can chime in too. You talked about not just roughing them off with 13s and washing them, but to get them ready. And that came in over my text. Maybe hit on that again for the listeners is about, you know, clip them with fines or whatever you use to go into the show and really get them presented because it shows up on the camera.
Absolutely. I think it is important to treat them just like you would a regular show. I mean, wash them, get their bodies clean, clip them with fines. If you want to clip them with surgicals, you can either way. I mean, obviously when you're not handling those, you can probably get by with a little bit of length of wool, but just showing them with, you know, 13'd off is not going to be acceptable. Doing legs, fitting legs, all that, it's all going to show up in that video or those pictures. And so as you know, as you're doing your video, you want those things, and or your still shots for that matter, you want those things to look just like they would if you were standing at a backdrop.
Yeah, I think that's you know, very important when you're looking at them from the judge's perspective. We had some, you know, sheep that would have a little length on them, some that weren't washed out, to ones that were, you know, ready to go walk into the show ring, and blowing those legs out and everything, getting them ready really makes a difference, and just having them washed and ready to go. All those, you know, even having those lambs broke, you know, to walk and to just move correctly, and, you know, neck placement and heads up. And, you know, some of the kids kind of fought through that, you know, the earlier shows, and you could tell the difference once we got later on. But I think virtual shows definitely have a place when we've got a lot of things going on in the world. I think, you know, it's important that we're addressing it, and just really keeping kids on the forefront, keeping them in the ring, keeping them excited about showing livestock, and having a project. I think all those things are key.
Just to highlight what Candy said on having those things broke, I think showmanship and having those sheep broke now is, for a virtual show, is even more important from the standpoint of, you know, you may get some that you hit the ring, act a little goofy or whatnot, and the judge still has an opportunity to get a good look at them at some point, hopefully. But on a 30-second clip, it's going to be hard. If you don't have them broke, they're not wanting to walk out and stand up in manner. You know, you're kind of messing things up for yourself in the long run if those things aren't showing well.
Right.
Good point. Very good point. One other question that came in is, I guess it really all depends on lighting, but, you know, some are shown on grass. I've seen some shown like in the driveway on gravel. Is there any preference, or is it more about lighting and presentation than surface?
There is a definite difference. You can about imagine, especially with a hog, you know, they are getting used to that. But even on the sheep, when you put them on some rocks and some gravel that they're not used to being on, you're going to see them just not walk quite as smoothly. And those sheep, if you put them on grass and get them out in the move, they're going to move right out. You know, most of that grass, everything that I had seen, it's not real long grass. I mean, it's like what we would mow down to where it just maybe has just a little length. but you could see feet and legs. You could see in their pasterns and how they're setting down. But I would really recommend to be on grass, because some that were on some more of a lime to gravel, or even on some cement, they weren't just quite as comfortable as what they were when they got out in grass. Chad, you may have else.
I think that's what I say. I agree with that. I think those guys will, make sure those sheep are comfortable where they're at. Working with them on a daily basis. If you've worked with them and they walk out and they're fine on a gravel or on concrete or whatever, then and they're accustomed to it, then that's one thing. If not, practice with them show ring, show ring in the yard a few times so that they're accustomed to what they're setting up on. Slick surfaces are a bad situation. I've had a guy send me a couple of videos to look at for a virtual show where they had made an area with shavings on concrete, and we're trying to still shot in that area, and the sheep are still wanting to slip on it. So it's a matter of just making sure that you prepare ahead of time and know what those sheep are going to set up like and how their feet and legs are going to look. Because just like with any live show, you still, as a judge, you still want to be able to see all those angles and be able to tell, are they on their feet and legs? Are they up on their pasterns? And if you've got, deep wood chips at a show, there's been times whenever that's an advantage to some folks, and even myself in a time or two. But, having those sheep accustomed to what they're setting up on, I think is the biggest thing, whether you choose to do it on, cement or, or on grass or on gravel or whatever it is. Just make sure they're used to being out there on that.
Correct.
This is Josh again. I'm not getting any other questions. If there's anybody on our Zoom that has any questions, feel free to type those into the chat, and we'll get those answered for you. Anything else, Sarah or Chase, is there anything else that we need to cover today and help people kind of understand how to prepare for these virtual shows if that was something that they needed to go to?
Well, I think the overall consensus is that none of us want to do virtual. So, but a special thanks to all of y'all to have this, so that to come on, so that those guys, that if we need to do it, we have some resource of how to go about doing it. And y'all are that extra leg to assist us in evaluating the sheep, as well as putting these shows on. So it gives us a plan B, and hopefully it is just a plan B situation. So I thank y'all for coming on and expressing your views on things, and giving us that opportunity to have another way to exhibit our animals and keep these kids excited. So
yeah, thank you guys for taking time out of your day and getting on with us this morning.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Well, if there's no other questions, again, yes, thank y'all very much. And Robert, we are done with the Club Lamb session.
Thank you, Josh. Great information. I think the sentiments are across the board. We're doing a lot of things this year with technology that we'd prefer not have to do, but I think with anything else, I think this was a good session to say, we've got those options moving forward. And I think we need to be prepared. I think as we move forward, technology is going to affect us in ways that we never expected. And it's good to have these resources available to us and understand that we may be incorporating technology in ways we've never thought of in the near future, the next several years as we go through. So what may seem a little odd to us now may be very commonplace, even if we like it or not. So I appreciate the speakers in coming and giving us their insight, because there are some techniques that need to be thought about. And like you said, we want to make sure those that are partaking in these opportunities have the best chance to be as competitive as they can. So once again, Josh, thank you for a great session. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to start back with our meat goat session at 11:30. So stick around and go stretch your legs, fill up your coffee cup, and we'll be back here at 11:30.
In 1948, William C. Young had a dream to support agriculture and the hardworking people who feed the world. And for over 60 years, Ag Workers has steadily grown by holding true to principles of loyalty, fairness, and service. And today, Ag Workers has expanded by providing access to opportunities that enrich the lives of its membership.
Ag Workers is a lot like family, and you trust your family. I trust the employees, I trust the service. People love Ag Workers because of the relationships that we have with those people.
People don't thank you for your insurance. Our people do. We work for them.
They truly do look out for what's best for their customers and try to provide the absolute best service that they can.
Built on a solid foundation of strength, trust, and security, Ag Workers is more than just a business. It's people taking care of people. Ag Workers Insurance, a legacy of trust since 1948.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Hobson, and I am with the Bear Range and Pasture Group. Want to wish everybody the best of luck during this virtual Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association meeting. And we have introduced two key products into the range and pasture markets in Texas this year. Invora is a new tool, new technology, new chemistry, new molecule that's going to help those that have problems with mosquito and weed setch manage those problems better than they ever have before. And then in the warm season perennial grass markets, we're currently introducing Resilon, which is going to help manage annual grasses and broadleaf weeds on your warm season perennial grasses. So if you need more information, contact me or Dr. Alan McGinty, who lives right there in the San Angelo area, or any of the others of our range and pasture team. We'll be glad to help you. Once again, good luck to you, and I hope you enjoy the meeting.
It's hard to let something that's been in your family for generations go, so it feels good to make a go of this. I'm Tyler Black. I'm a fourth-generation farmer here in Bailey County, Texas. We grow corn, milo, wheat, raise cattle. Working with Capital Farm Credit has been great. I mean, you're not on your own when you go into Capital Farm Credit. They treat you more like family. One of the best things about Capital Farm Credit is they speak our language. Together we're much better.
The American Goat Federation represents the interest of every goat owner in the United States. AGF travels to Congress each year to present producers' concerns and takes part in USDA and other agency meetings throughout the year to make sure the goat industry has a voice in decisions that affect goat producers. In addition, the Federation provides accurate information to the general public about goats and goat products.
EcoDeer, ecology, economy, results. Brought to you by Palmer Feed. Family owned and operated since 1943. For more information, visit our website, palmerfeed.com.
No one ever said sheep and goat ranching is easy. Day in and day out, it's a tough job. Part of our mandate at Lakeland Farm and Ranch Direct is actually listening to our customers and finding solutions that actually work for you and your farm. Whether it's handling, trimming, sorting, or crowding, Lakeland has the sheep and goat equipment to help make your day just a little bit easier. Our deluxe spin trim chute is a farm favorite for many sheep and goat farms that need an easy way to trim, tag, and vaccinate their animals. The working chute and crowding tub is a great system to help crowd your sheep and goat and make your operation an efficient one. The Lakeland Easy Clamp is the go-to product for high-volume sheep and goat handling, perfect for drenching, vaccinating, tagging, and more. Whether you need handling equipment, fencing panels, sorting attachments, or weigh scales, Lakeland can help build a custom sheep and goat system that works for you and your farm. Through our farm direct delivery, our easy-to-use premium products, or our exceptional customer service, Lakeland Farm and Ranch Direct is the only provider of sheep and goat products that make life easier for today's rancher and the hardships they face.
Hello everyone, my name is Wade Polk, and I'm the branch manager at Central Texas Farm Credit in San Angelo. We are proud sponsors of the 2020 Texas Sheep and Goat Expo, and we want to help you with your financing needs. We finance and refinance farm and ranch real estate loans, as well as providing loans for operating, equipment purchases, and livestock. We understand the ins and outs of agricultural financing, and we can customize a loan to fit your specific needs. To learn more, stop by and visit with us at 1021 South Cohenheim, or visit us online at ranchmoney.com, or call us at 325-658-8545. Thank you.
It's more than a piece of land. It's a place where you create memories and leave a legacy. It sounds like a dream, but at Capital Farm Credit, we'll help you make it a reality. As the most experienced rural lender in Texas and a cooperative, we're with you every step of the way. Your goals are our goals, because no matter what your dream might be, we're all in this together. And together, we're better.
All right, we're back. Ready to start our meat goat session. With our Texas Sheep and Goat Expo, one of the things that we have always tried to do on a regular basis is keep it very hands-on. And as I've talked about earlier with the virtual platform, that's been somewhat of a challenge, but we have some of our county extension agents go out and produce some videos, because obviously we wanted to make sure on our connectivity that we were going to be able to bring you some opportunities to show you different areas across the state. And so I'm going to turn it over to our county extension agent in Llano County, Mr. Jamie Osborne. He's going to talk to you a little bit about, just give you a quick introduction of a video they shot for our meat goat session. So Jamie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Robert. Certainly excited to have with us today Jamie Smith, who is one of the owners of Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr, Texas. And he was gracious enough to give us a tour of his place, and then also he talks about some processing with kids and his facilities, and then some predator control that we do at the end. But it was a great tour. Hope you enjoy it, and with that, let's get started. Hello and welcome to the Meat Goat section of this year's 2020 Texas Meat and Goat Expo. We're certainly glad that you're with us today. We're going to do a tour today of the Blue Team Weathers, and with us today is one of the owners, Jamie Smith. He's going to go over with you a lot of the ins and outs of the goat industry and how their system works for them. It's a very nice system, a very nice set of pens. kind of on the top end of it, but it has a lot of good things in terms of common sense of working with livestock, being able to flow livestock through pens, being able to work them by yourself if you have to, or with somebody helping you. But it's a really, really good set and a really good example of the structure that they have set up here at Blue Team Weathers. And then also we're going to go through just some of the everyday things that we do in goat production in terms of castration, vaccinations. We talk about some predator management. We're going to talk about some vaccination protocol and talk about just handling of goats and the whole process of it. So we're going to let Jamie go off and start, and thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
We are greatly appreciative of you letting us come today and see.
These are our traps that we run our goats in, and I think pen setup, pen design makes a huge difference as far as your success and the ease of moving animals. As you see the goats coming to us, the one thing I like to put in the pens is the dairy shade cloths. Those in the pen are like 20 foot by 30 foot areas. And so when you're in the hot of the summer here in Texas, they can get underneath there, they can get a break from the heat, but at the same time you don't block any of the. So it makes a huge difference as far as comfort of the animals, how well they're going to milk, how well the babies are going to grow and develop. We put small water troughs between each one of them, and that way we're able to clean it on a regular basis and don't have issues from that standpoint. The pen set up on how the gates are set makes a huge difference. We put our gates down in the corner part of it, and it's just a natural flow from where the animals want to go to and where they want to go out the gate. And then by setting the 12-foot gate here across the alley and having your alleys 12 foot long, it makes it for one person can go in, walk around the pen, open the gates, push everything down to your working pens with the alleys leading down to the barn. And then when you come back, everything just comes back and you don't have to have two people to help you work the facility. The thing that we also like is these funnel feeders to where we can feed from the outside. It makes a huge difference from us from a safety standpoint of the person feeding, a waste standpoint to where you don't go in the pens to try to feed them and you get a bunch of does or sheep, either one, that want to come in and knock you down and knock the buckets down and you waste the feed. So it's set up here. We go in the pens each day and we actually clean the troughs out. It's another way to cut down on any kind of fecal contamination that you'd have in your feed troughs, but then you can pour the feed from the outside, and it's just a whole lot easier way for both the people feeding and on the animals as well. On the pen design, we chose the pens here or this area when we built the pens because of the layout of the land. If you look, there's quite a bit of a drop in, I guess you'd say, slope from the top of the pens down to the bottom. And goats really do not like anything wet at all, and they like it to stay dry. And so by having the pen sloped like this, it does a couple of things for us. One, when we get big rains, it helps the water drain off of the pens, get down, get out, and helps things dry up faster, which causes a lot less issues on the goat from a health standpoint. And the other thing too is when I really think it helps flush the pen some. You know, when we got a big rain, we get a lot of the manure that we have that's in the pen. It actually flushes it on down and out of the pens, and so it's nearly like you're cleaning the pens, in our opinion. And so it just really does help from a management standpoint for the animals. Goats are really hard on fences, and so we went in and we put the Stay Tight 4x4 wire to go in and to keep them from getting their heads through, but also the main thing is to keep predators out as well. And so we put a wire at the bottom, and we put a barbed wire at the top and at the bottom from that standpoint. But then also we add on the inside of the fence, anywhere two goats can be across from each other, we added hot wire. A goat can be running together forever, and all of a sudden you put one in one pen and one in the next, and they will sit there and fight through the fence until they tear the fence up on you. So we put hot wire on the fence too. That way it keeps them off of the fence. It keeps our fences in better condition, and they just don't tear holes in the fence that way, because they will definitely do that. This is some new recip pins that we put together, and it kind of goes to where we talked about. As the pins come in down this way, we put the gates over in the corner, and it's a natural flow for them to come down toward the corners to go out. We have one set of recips on this side, one set on the other. We talked about, we added electric fence in here to keep them from tearing up the fence, but the one thing that we always found was in the corners, and especially where the gates were at, was the one spot that they tore up the fences more. And so we changed up our design a little bit on this, and so where our H-braces are at, where the fences come together, we went ahead and put solid sheet metal at that point to where they can't tear it up, and then that allows us to hook up the electric fence and get it up and keep them from tearing anything up in the corners and down low. So it just helps our fences last and stay longer. Our sheds that we built, we designed these pens to hold about 40 head is what they'll hold of open does. And then, so we put 40 foot of feeding space, so it's 1 foot per goat is what we do on trough size. And then when we put babies in there, we'll drop those numbers down to about 25, and that helps them have more feeder space to where the babies can get up there and eat with the mamas without having issues. On the sheds, we actually put two-sided sheds in each pen to where in the winter, if it's cold or if it's raining, they can get in there and they can get protection from the elements. And so we put a cement curb along the bottom to go in and keep the water from coming underneath the tin and running in. We put base material on the outside to keep it from washing the cement out. And then we line the inside about first 4 foot up on it with sucker rod, to where when the goats are on the inside of the pen or inside of the shed, they can't beat the tin out and tear your sheds up. So it's all about the design of your facilities to make it last longer from a maintenance standpoint, movement of the animals, and at the same time, labor is always an issue on any operation. So if you've got it set up to where one person can do everything, when you have 2 to 3 people helping you, it really goes fast. Okay, the hay management in the pens are important for us. We have to keep, our pens are pretty small, and so we keep hay out 24/7, 365 for these animals, to where we don't tear up our pens, and they try to knock out the existing grass that we have in there. And so cutting down on the waste of the hay in these traps are very important for us. And so we actually like using 3x3x8 or 4x4x8 bales, because it's easier from us on a management standpoint, and it works, cuts down on our waste and on our labor as well. And so it's one of those things. We had these feeders designed, and they work extremely well. We can set the 4x8 foot bale of, whether it's alfalfa, Sudan, oat hay, it doesn't matter, in there. And as they eat them from the side, the panels that are on the side keep collapsing and coming in. And so Charlie Sider at Comanche makes these for us, and they work really well to cut down on waste. We can leave those feeders there for 2 or 3 bales, and then we'll just take the bobcat and move the feeder to a little different spot, and then the goats can clean up all the hay underneath, and it really does cut down on the amount of waste that you have on feeding hay. When you're raising goats, whether it's commercial or show goats, the best gain that you get on these babies are when they're on their mamas and they're eating creep feed and getting milk as well. You really do get them bloomy, and you get them to grow. So each pen that we have a creep feeder set in there where the babies can get into the feed, and from about the first week of age, when they come into these traps, they have access to some Mormon sales prep is what we actually feed, and it's really palatable. You get them on there, you get them started early, and that works great. We decided to use these big spring water troughs here for a couple of reasons. One, instead of as hot as it is and having great big troughs and we having to clean them continually to keep moss out, this is a smaller quantity. We can go in there a couple of times a week. We can clean them out, keep it fresh, and it keeps water moving through real fast, real clean, and we just don't have issues from trough management that way. Pen design makes a big difference on how the goats flow through the pens. The way this little area is set up, it's not a huge area. You're looking about a 30 by 25 foot area that's set up, but with the alleyway and the snake set to where you can go down through the middle, it actually has it set up to where you can sort these goats 5 different ways in this pen by yourself. If you're the only one here working, and if you've got help, it makes it go a whole lot faster. But when you bring them into the pen, by having the gate set up to where they have the flow through and around, it keeps them moving through the pens really fast. And then the way it's set up on the end of the snake, we have it set to where you can divide it up, or you can sort them off 3 different ways as they're coming down through the snake and the pit. But then the way that we set up the pens feeding into the chutes is what allows us to be able to sort them about 5 different ways. So whenever we're getting to make our mating decisions, or we're needing to sort babies several different ways, whether it's going to be getting ready to go to sell or to wean and stay on, or billy kids one way, doe kids the other, it gives us multiple ways that we can easily move these kids into pens without having to do a lot of labor or a lot of extra steps. The other thing that we do on the pens compared to some places is, one, we try to think about comfort for the animals, but also for the people working the pens. We mounted a big fan up above the working pen area. And then that way, when it's hot in here, we've got plenty of air movement, so the people and the animals are not getting hot. It's shaded, it's covered. This barn has actually 18 roll-up doors in the barn. And so when it's really bad, nasty weather outside and we're kidding in the middle of the winter, we can roll these barn doors down and we can get protection from the elements that way. But at the same time, in the middle of the summer, when it's really hot, we can raise these barn doors all the way up. It opens it up. It gets a lot of airflow through the barn, and then with the fans on the inside, it works for comfort as well. Compared to a lot of other working facilities, even that we have, we went in and cemented all of the pens in the working pen area. And we did that strictly for dust management in here. So when we're doing an embryo program, we don't want a lot of dust coming up because of the work that we're working and trying to get these embryos put in, and we're wanting to keep it as a sterile environment as possible. The other things, when we're running these babies through the pens, you just don't have that dust coming up whenever it's hot and dry like you normally would. So it cuts down a lot on the dust that these animals are being exposed to, and you yourself as you're working in the pens. And then it also helps us from a biosecurity standpoint. When we've got the cement down, we've got metal pens, so when we're working them and we wean a different set of babies through here every 3 weeks, we can go through from a biosecurity standpoint, and we can spray all these pens down, totally disinfect them before we come in with the next set of babies. And so that helps us keep these babies healthy and cuts down on the risk of exposure that they've got from one group of babies that might come down with sore mouth or some other disease that you have. You can get your facility sterile and ready to go for the next group. The kitten pen is something in our room we spend a lot of time in, and design and flow of this can either make your life easy or make it a total nightmare for you on when you're kidding out. We decided to do something different in our kitten pen area. Most people have little kitten jugs and bed them down with straw, bed them down with shavings. We tried to incorporate this more like a hog operation, to where we use fiber grade flooring, and you can get it in any different sizes of, I guess, of the grate, but also in the sizes of the sheet. We chose to go with a 4 by 12 foot sheet because it worked really well with the way each pin is 4 foot wide and 6 foot deep. And so by doing that, it put the seams right underneath there from a support standpoint. And then we could actually, one 12-foot sheet cover 2 pins that are back to back. And we set it up to where we have a 450-gallon flush tank, and it's about 4 inches below, the cement is below the fiber grate on this end, and it's 17 inches below on the other end. And then we have a 10-foot drain on the other end that takes it out into a holding tank and some lateral lines. But what we can do in here is in my opinion, always, when you got into your kitten pen, from past experiences for what we had done before, whenever you figured out you needed to change the bedding, you probably should have done it about 2 weeks before you did, and you would get some naval infections, some respiratory infections, stuff like this. So by going with the fiber grade flooring, it forces us to be better managers. And so every time we put a set of babies through here, we totally wash the pen, disinfect it, spray it down, flush it out before we put the next set of babies in. And so how the pens actually work is we have this safe zone here that's going to be 2 foot deep and 4 foot wide. And so we put a towel down here for the babies to lay on, and then we'll hang these heat lamps on here as well, so the babies can get back here. They're protected from the mother. Don't have to worry about them laying down on those. And then that gives you a 4 by 4 foot area for your doe to stay in as well. And so we actually come into the back of the barn. We kit them out there. We've got cameras to where we can watch them and see what's going on. Once the babies are born, we move them in here. We disinfect their navels to cut down any type of infection from that standpoint. And then we'll monitor them. And if they're a good mama and everything's going, they might stay in here for about a day, and then they go out and everything's good, and we watch them into a bigger pen for 2 to 3 more days to make sure everybody's good and healthy. And then we'll give them their CD&T shots at that point in time, and then move them on out to the outside runs, and they'll stay in groups of 20 to 25 does per pen. And we feel like that's a good number for us to where we can manage and watch the babies, and then we don't get so many that the babies get lost from their mother and we orphan some, or we get too many in there and they get packed, and we risk losing one from overcrowding. And also the other thing that we do in our kitten pen is you can see the head gate here on the front. And that head gate works really well when you've got a doe that does not want to take her baby and she's just not being a good mother. And so we can actually put the doe's head in there, lock her down in that head stanchion, and then she's locked in there to where she's not going anywhere. We put the feed and water buckets on the outside. The baby then he can get up and he can come nurse, and then after spending some time in isolation there, that the mama decides that she wants to take that baby, and then all of a sudden you can let them out, all's good, and then they can go on through the rest of the process. This kitten room here works really good for us on size, and everything is making your alleyways and your gates match. And then that way, if you're the only one there working the operation that day, you can do it all by yourself. If you've got help, it works good as well. But these pens are 4 foot gates. The alleyway is a 4 foot gate, and so by setting your gates up with the flow on down through this 4-foot alley, when you've got to bring a doe in the back, you can open up this gate and you can set your divider across here, your kidden safe zone, put your towel down, and then you can just by yourself run her all the way around the barn into whichever pen you want, and you don't have to worry about somebody standing there to help you get them in the gate. And so we do that on our kidden pens, on our outside runs. Those down through the barn are 10 foot wide, and that works to where one person can move them and we don't worry about them getting by. But we have a divider that goes across in the alley and blocks it, so you don't have to worry about tracking them from one end of the alley to the other. On our outside runs, it's all about animal flow as well. And by doing that, we go in and we make 12-foot alleys, and we have 12-foot gates. So that way you open your gate, one person can push them to the pen or push them out of the pen. And then on the back side of the pen, in case we need to get bigger equipment in, and our tractors, plows, fertilizer equipment, we put a 20-foot lane down the back, and we have it opened up to where that way the back of the pen we can come in with bigger equipment if we need to. But on the main moving part of the alleys, 12-foot works really well for us because you've got plenty of room to go down we feed out of a John Deere Gator and a trip hopper. We can go down through there real easy, but at the same time, when you're moving animals out, one person can do it all by themselves. Here's the flush tank. It's a 450-gallon flush tank. It has a airbag in the bottom that's run off a compressor to hold the water in. And we actually put floats on it, so it depends on how many animals we've got in here and how much we feel like we need to do. We can either drop the water that we're using down to 150 to 200 gallons, or we can use it all the way up to 450, depending on what we need to do. We spray the pens down with disinfectant between times. Also, we will at times put in here some disinfectant in the water to kind of flush everything out that way. Sometimes we put a product in there that helps with ammonia smell and helps break down the fecal matter better as well. So we don't do that all the time, but when we feel like we need to from a waste management standpoint, we do that. And it goes out into actually some tanks, and then we actually have a truck come twice a year and actually suck out the manure and stuff out of it. And so it helps us keep it to where we don't have ammonia smell in here. We try to cut down on flies. We actually have 2 fly systems in this barn, one in the kidden room side, one in the other side, because anytime you've got flies, you've got health issues from problems with eyes to just overall annoyance of the animals. And so by keeping flies down, keeping the odor out, keeping it disinfected, it just makes a overall healthier kidden room area.
Okay, we're going to take a little.
On the weathers, we go through and we either.
You can mute. Yeah, stop that. There you go. We're going to take a few questions, and if you have any questions, just put them in the chat box and we'll pop it up and ask it. We've got a couple. Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How often do, and if you do, and how often would it be, do you ever rest your pens like on the outside, like in your traps and stuff?
We do try to do that. There's certain times of the year it's probably hard for us to do due to the number of animals and the babies that we're coming through. But at the end of the kidding season, we try to have it to where we have about a 60-day rest on some of the pens to kind of help, I think, from the parasite side of things, and it just cuts down on your overall parasite management on your goats if you can give some downtime in those pens in your rotation.
Very good. One thing I noticed when we were doing the video that there wasn't any electrical prods or any sticks or any flags or anything. The animals flowed really well through those pens, and the stress level was very low. And I think that's something to really consider whenever you're putting your pen system together, to try to retain or keep the stress low, because I think that's really important in keeping healthy animals. And that's, as I guess it's just more of a comment, more of an observation. But I thought that thing set up very well, where the stress level was low and the animals just flowed and were comfortable and were easy to move through those pens. I've got one more question, then we'll move on to the processing of our kids. And it's, do you keep any mineral out, like in the outside and the traps and stuff, and for the does and for the kids, or is that important to y'all, or how do you handle that?
That's a good question. And minerals are very important, I think, for the immune system, also for the reproductive part of the animals and how they're going to perform. I'm going to say yes and no, and I'm going to describe what I mean by that. When the does are open and when we're getting ready to breed them, we have a very good mineral put out with the amino acid complex trace minerals that are very highly bioavailable in there to use for them. From after the babies are born, we do not actually put out mineral for them. And because we're feeding every day a complete feed from Mormons that's highly fortified with trace minerals in it, I just do not feel like we need extra minerals for them, because they're fed on a daily basis. Now, from the time that they're weaned and we pull the babies off, which is about 75 days of age, they get kicked back out on a brush pasture where they're running out there with very minimal supplementation. And when we do that, we keep free choice mineral out from that time until they're actually bred. And so we do keep minerals out, but not while the babies are there, because we feel like that at that time they're highly supplemented with a feed that's very fortified.
Okay, couple more right quick. What's your death loss on your floor system in your kidding pen facility?
I don't know if I can tell you right off the top of my head what the actual death loss is. I'm going to say it's very similar in numbers to what it was that when we were on the outside. You don't really have a death loss once you get in there from a problem with the baby from a health standpoint. If it's anything, it's due to maybe something that was born premature or a little bit early and it was weak. And then, you have some issues like possibly floppy kid that you try to stop that might give you some problems that way. But I can't tell you the actual number right off the top of my head without running some on my computer. If I run that number, I could probably get it to you pretty quick. But the thing that it does from us, we just feel like it cuts down on, with the safe zones in those kidding pens, you cut down on the does that are actually going to lay on those babies and cause problems. And we also feel like we cut down on death loss by using this pen, to where we make sure that doe is bonded with that baby for 1 to 2 to 3 days, depending on the number of animals that we have, on how fast we have to get them moved out of there into bigger areas. But if you can make her for sure bond with that baby better when they go out, it seems to cut down on the death loss.
Okay, one more quick question. How tight is your kidding window, or what's your, I know y'all kid in several different groups, right. So
we actually kid out about 750 head of does, and we do it over about a 9-month time period. And that's due to our marketing and trying to find goats to hit different parts of the country, because we sell nationwide and we sell more out of state than what we do in Texas. And when their shows are different than what they are here. So we're trying to hit different markets. But we have a short window in that everything that we have is AI'd. So we pretty well know when they're going to be born. And if we have a problem, if they're not, we watch those animals on when they're going to cycle, and we mark down rebreed dates that the bucks cover them in, so we can kind of watch them, and we move them up into that about a week out to the close-up kidding area, to where we can watch them closer. But then we move them from what I'm gonna call our brush pastures up into the smaller traps about 30 days kidding there, and then we watch them there and we start upping nutrition slightly, but not to try to get them too fat. And then about a week out, we move them into the barn area right behind the kidding area to where we can monitor them closer, have them easier to move into the kidding area, and then also have our camera system set up to where we can monitor them better that way as well.
Perfect. Okay, we're going to move on in the essence of time. There are a couple more questions on chat, but we'll get to those at the end. So let's go ahead and start the video with the next deal, which is kidding, processing the kids, and all that goes with that.
Or castrate them, and some people prefer to do it knife cut. We prefer to use bands on them, but the one thing that we do that we focus on, I guess, is animal comfort. And so if we band one and he's laying down for 2 or 3 days and he's not wanting to eat, for us raising show goats, it's a few days that you lose on getting them bloomy and getting them ready to go on to the person who's going to buy them. So what we try to do when we're banding these animals, we try to use some lidocaine in the testicles to help numb them. We also use a little bit of Metacam that we give them to help for an extended pain management time period to make it more comfortable on them too. And whenever you go through and you do that process, instead of just like putting a rubber band on them and they're laying down for 2 days and acting like they're in discomfort and not wanting to eat, when we do this, it keeps them up, it keeps them eating, and it really doesn't set them back at all. So it just really makes the banding process go a whole lot faster and a whole lot easier. On the Metacam, you can actually use that as an oral product, or you can use it as an injectable, either way. And so we did the injectable on those. On this one, I'll give these the oral. And it's set on here to where it actually has a dosage as far as the amount of weight and stuff that the animal does. On these little babies like this, I usually give them about a 20-pound dosage, because that's usually about what they are whenever we're going through the banding process. We give all the babies a CD&T shot. Most people do. We do it underneath, always on the left side, underneath the leg, to where it's on a off-show side, but since we're trying to raise show wethers. But we'll go in and we actually give 3 rounds of CD&T is what we do to the babies. And the main reason is is on a timing standpoint. We give one very early to the babies. We give it to them approximately within the first week of age of being born. So it might be within the first 2 to 3 days. The main reason is we're trying to get the tetanus into them, because everything that we do is on timing. We're going to come in about 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to dehorn them. Then we're going to come back about 3 weeks after that, and we're going to band them. So by giving a CD&T in there at that early age, we go ahead and get that tetanus in there, with us going to be banding and castrating to where we can solve that issue. And then we will come back when we're getting ready to dehorn. We go ahead and give a CD&T booster at that point in time to get that second round of tetanus in them. And then that should actually carry us through the whole banding part that we're going to be doing 3 weeks after that. But at that point in time, we do go ahead and give a third shot. So whenever we're selling these babies at actually 90 days of age or less, they've had three rounds of CD&T in there to help to make sure we don't have problems going down the road, and also problems with the tetanus through the banding and the castration process. Yep. Now we'll go ahead and give her the Metacam. So this is the one that we're going to dehorn, and so we'll Metacam her, and then we'll go ahead and give her a CD&T shot. Oh, we got it right here. This is our disbudding box that we use for dehorning the babies. We use a Reinhardt 30 dehorner. I like it from the size that you get on here, and also it's a little safer, in my opinion, than some of the ones that have the longer, bigger heads on it. You just got a lot less chance of being able to burn yourself with them. You can actually get them with a smaller nozzle or with a bigger. I like dehorning these babies typically about somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks of age. And some people do it within the first week of age. To me, I like to get them a little bit bigger. I think it's a little safer for me from a standpoint of not putting heat on them quite so long, and I don't have to worry about injuring the baby that way. But at the same time, you want to do it before they get too big, or else it's a whole lot harder process. It takes longer, but then you've got a lot more of a chance of the horns growing back. This one's a little bit bigger than what we normally do, but we'll go in and dehorn her. I like the box because I see some people try to set and hold them and dehorn them, and it's all about safety of the animal and you, and it's just hard to do when you're trying to dehorn that baby and it moving around. With this box, you have a whole lot better restraint system. And then actually, we went in, and if you'll see here in just a second, it works really easy. You just grab the head, pull it through here on the opening. When that drops down, instead of having your lid come out to the very end, you drop that lid back just a little bit, and then we actually make a little notch on the inside, and that way you don't have to worry about anything getting too tight around their head, but and causing any kind of issues that way. But at the same time, it's easy for you to then, you've got them in here, you've got their head down, you can, with your one hand, you can restrain the animal, and then you can do the dehorning process really easy. The two things that I have when I'm dehorning, just some AlumiShield to go ahead and to seal it up, and then I take a pair of hoof nippers that I use as well to, some people knock the caps off the buds. I actually like to use the hoof nippers to where I can kind of trim it back and shape up my head whenever I'm dehorning to make it work better. That's it. When you look at vaccinating and deworming on goats, it's very hard to find anything that's labeled or approved for goats. We've been raising show goats since '99, and so it's been 21 years that we've been doing it. And our protocol, our plan on how we do things is we work with a vet. We look at what disease risks that we have from parasites, on managing that to preventing respiratory issues, and then the overeating and the tetanus. And so this is strictly our recommendations on what we do here at our operation. I'd recommend you can get with a really good goat vet or another breeder if you feel like that's what you want to do on getting your recommendations, but this is how we do it. When we go through our babies, we give them a CD&T shot within the first week, and that's to help get the tetanus into them because we know we got exposure from dehorning and from banding, and so we start that. Then we come back about 3 weeks later, and we give them another CD&T shot. On the wethers, we will come back and give another CD&T shot 3 weeks after that. So that way, when we know that those animals are going to new homes, they're bulletproof from that standpoint. On the females, we give 2 CD&T shots, but then we give the third shot just a straight CD. We don't give the other round of tetanus. We don't feel like they're not getting banded, they're not getting dehorned, so they're not at that risk. Respiratory issues are major for goats. You think about it, we've got a little animal, it's really dusty, their nose is about this far off the ground, so they're breathing in a lot of dust, a lot of dirt, and so we do what we can to try to help prevent that. Our vaccination here at Blue Team is we give a Triangle 4 PHK to all the babies, and then we'll come back about 4 weeks later and we give a booster shot to that as well. So we're giving a killed viral and Pasteurella shot to them, and we're giving a booster to them. On our does, we know, kind of like what we talked about a little bit earlier, wild hogs are a big problem with lepto. And so we make sure that pre-breeding that we're getting a lepto in that. We give like a triangle 10 to our does to do that, because we've seen some issues, not with ours, but with another breeder that had some abortions due to BRSV. And so when he vaccinated for that, it just pretty well shut down that issue. And so we try to vaccinate for those two issues there. And then prior to breeding, we will actually give a like a biomycin shot to it, or one of your oxytetracyclines, and we try to go in and we give that pre-seeder and pre-breeding to help with those issues. And then getting with our vet, what he recommended is that we come back 30 and 60 days before we kid to give another oxytetracycline shot in there to cut down on any risk of abortions. And so that's our vaccination protocol and what we do. Deworming, the rule of thumb that we go by is whatever the cattle dosage is, we double the cattle dosage. So if it says 1 cc per 110, we do 1 cc per 55 pounds is what we do. And that's due to the metabolism rate. A goat breaks down and metabolizes things a whole lot faster than what we see in cattle. And so when you talk to a lot of the parasitologists, that's over the years that we have, that's what they've told us, and that's our guidelines that we go. And so we'll come in, like with these babies, when we're working them and we're trying to get them, we'll give them like 1 cc of Synanthic, and that works really well for us to do that. You know, if you give an injectable product, use it as an injectable. Too many people want to try to take the injectable product and they want to give it orally, and that product's designed to be given sub-Q and gone through there on being broken down in their system by giving it an injectable, and that's the way you need to do it. There's other products that they use, some porons that are given actually with goats orally, and like I said, get with your vet on what you want to do with that, but we've worked and done that as well on our goats. And so the main thing is you need to have a strategic plan on that. You know, there's a lot of thoughts out there that sometimes you don't want to worm the entire herd, and so looking at their eyes to see if they're white and pale, and looking at their gums, that's one way of looking at them. A lot of times we'll spot treat groups. When we bring them into the pens, they all look good, but we might have about, out of the say 25 to 40 head, that we might have 3 to 5 to 10 of them that are not looking like their hair coat's good. They're not, when you look at their eyes, they look a little bit more pale, and so we will go in there and we will spot treat those instead of deworming the whole group to try to help our wormers last and do better. And so there's a lot of different strategies that you do. The main thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to use a product that might cause your animals to abort, and using it to cause at the wrong timing to cause an issue that way. And the other thing is don't underdose, because especially with goats, I think that's one of the fastest ways that you can get into a resistance issue as well. When you're looking at vaccinating, going sub-Q or IM, depends on what the product says do. The goats, you don't need near as big a gauge needle as what you do with cattle due to the skin and how you're giving it. So if you're given a sub-Q shot, we like to use like the little 20 gauge needles, 1/2 inch, and those work really well for giving the vaccines, because they're not as thick on the CD&T or with the respiratory. And so doing those, if we're given a intermuscular shot, we'll either use a 3/4 or a 1 inch needle, depending on the product that we're using. But usually anywhere from about an 18 to 20 gauge needle seems to work pretty good on the goats, to where we're going a little bit bigger gauge needle on cattle. No, that's perfect. There's multiple ways of doing your deworming and your vaccination. We like to use these all flex guns, to where you can set it on anywhere from, a 1/2 cc, dial it in here, to where, like on this product, we're actually using 2 cc. So you're not having to look each time. You're just administrating it. And when you're going in with a shot, you know, if you were doing an intermuscular shot, you'd be going straight in. Whenever we're doing a sub-Q shot, depending on how the person's holding it, either this way or I'll come back actually this way, but where I'm running it parallel, and then I'm actually just sliding it in, and then I actually, after I push it in, I back it up a little bit to where I can see that skin coming back, and that way I know I got it in that underneath the skin area instead of directly into the muscle. But these guns work really well. I like to change the needles each time I'm adding vaccine. So this is a 25cc gun, and we're giving 2 cc's, so about every 12 head we're changing needles on that. And if you do something to where you hit your needle on the chute, or you do something they jump and it bends it, you need to change your needles out to where you're not using a broken needle or a bent needle, because it's weakened, and you got a bigger chance of something happening to where the needle's staying into the animal. When we're deworming, like on the product with Synanthic, where we're using 1 cc for 55 pounds, I really like this All-Flex gun that has the pistol barrel here with the drench nozzle on it, because you can change it at any angle that you're used to on how you're wanting to put it in. You can tighten it down, really secure. But the thing I like about this with a low dosage product, to where we got, now this is a 50 cc barrel that's on this one, and we're only giving 1 cc for these kids that are less than 55 pounds, so I don't have to worry about a hose hanging down, getting ripped off, spilling on you, wasting. So it's all in here. I can stick this right inside, 1 click, 1 cc, and I've got them wormed. And you can set this one anywhere from 1 cc to 5 cc's. So it works really well when you're deworming these small kids, and it's you don't have to worry about the hoses. You don't have to worry about, you know, you can do 50 head with one little gun, and it makes it sure easy.
Okay, very good explanation, and very good job of Jamie describing all the things that they do for processing their kids. And one of the big things that he said,
predator control is one of the main things that
one of the big things he said was check with your vet. Find you a good vet and work with him and go through those processes and make sure those are the right things to do. We are getting a little long on time, so we're going to run right into the next deal right quick. So let's go ahead.
In the sheep and goat business, it doesn't matter whether it's raising show goats or commercial. If you're not on top of that, you'll be out of the business pretty quick. We talked a little bit about the fencing, and fencing is huge to keep your predators out, because we run guard dogs with all of ours, and they do a phenomenal job. And the way that we try to line them up, or we try to get them to stay with the goats that are on the outside perimeter pens, and that way if a coyote or a hog or a bobcat, whatever it is trying to come across the place, it gives us better protection by keeping the guard dogs out on that outside perimeter. If you've got the better the fence you've got, the harder it is for that predator to get in, and it gives the guard dog more time to get to him. And then even if you see where they're crossing, by having a better fence, it gives you a lot better chance to be able to catch that coyote if you've got him coming through. The wild hogs are a big risk nowadays, from killing babies to lepto and the diseases that they carry. And so if you've got, the guard dogs have done us a phenomenal job of keeping the hogs out as well as the coyotes, but it's something that, if you've got a government trapper, it works extremely well to giving you an advantage too. But you can't have too many guard dogs. You can go through a lot of dog food, but that's the best paid employee on your place when they're staying and keeping those animals protected 24/7 for you. When we're taking care of the guard dogs, we do it a couple of different ways. We've got one place that's real brushy, and we go check them about every other day, but it's free choice feed for the goats. And so we build us a little kind of a little feed creep area basically for the dog, to where the dog can get into that area, and we just keep it a self-feeder filled with dog food, and they'll keep the coons, they'll keep the other predators away from that area. That's their area, and they're not going to let them get in there to it. And so that works good for us in that standpoint. Where we've got feed troughs here and we're feeding these goats every day, we actually either feed them at the end of the trough, or we'll put a little small feeder there to where we can hand feed them every day. Well, I hope you learned a lot today from our facility. We put a lot of time and thought in the design of our operation to make it as functional as what we can on both the people working it and on the animals itself. And so if you've got more questions about things that we went over today, or any way that we can help you, feel free to reach out to us and we can kind of help you go over that in a little bit more detail. And you can look us up on Facebook under Blue Team Weathers. We have an app if you just search on your smartphone under the Blue Team Weathers as well. Or if you got email questions you want to send in, send it to Dina at blueteamweathers.com. And we appreciate everybody taking their time to go through this virtual tour of our facility and how we manage and work our operations.
All right. Well, thank you. That's going to conclude our part of the meat goats. Jamie, thank you very much. Wonderful job of going over your facilities and your process. And if you have any questions after the deal, you can contact your county agent, or like Jamie said, you can contact him too. And we just certainly appreciate your viewing this today, and good luck. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Robert, we're going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, in a matter of time, we're going to have to go ahead and move on and get our next session in, which is our Angora session. We are going to, we've got our moderator for this session is Mr. Tom Guthrie, County Extension Agent in Mills County. And with that, Tom, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Robert. I'm glad to have y'all with us for the Angora session this afternoon. Once we heard we were going to do some virtual education, we decided to take the opportunity and try to make some videos of some stuff that we would have liked to have talked about in person at the Expo. And so one of the first things we have on our agenda is we would just kind of like to promote and highlight a unique partnership between Texas Angora producers and Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service, and that's the Angora Pasture Performance Test. And we've Dr. Reed Redden is going to lead us in with a video, and we're going to have a little producer perspective after that. We're ready for the video.
Hi, my name is Reed Redden, and I'm a sheep and goat specialist for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, and I'm also the interim resident director for Texas A&M AgriLife Research, the San Angelo and Sonora experiment stations. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the Angora Pasture Performance Test, how it operates, why we do it, and share some general information about this test. Just to start with, I have a strong affinity, an appreciation for the goat industry in general. The Angora goat is no exception to that. And I'm also, very intrigued by the historical perspective of this breed of goats and what it's done for founding the West Central region of Texas, and how mohair was a big part of that. And I'm also very interested and want to help the mohair industry moving forward. But setting that aside, the thing that I enjoy most about participating in this collaborative effort, which is between Texas A&M AgriLife and the breeders, the Angora breeders who participate in this test. It's definitely the people that make all the difference in my mind, and it's the people that I get to work with that give me the most joy from this. The families that are involved are, in my opinion, some of the best of the best. They have just a strong affinity for taking care of the livestock that they have, the lands that they operate on, and the general communities that they live in. And they're just good people. And so I appreciate the opportunity to work with them on these tests. So this Angora performance test has been going on since the early 2000s. Officially, or early on, it was started as a feedlot-based test where the goats ate a total mixed ration for a period of time. In that form and fashion, the test went on for about a dozen years or so, and then the breeders noticed that the animals that were performing the best because they were the best at that particular environment. But there was concern that those genetics didn't necessarily weren't lockstep with how animals performed in the pasture. Therefore, in 2013, 2014, the test was moved out into the pasture. This has taken place at Sonora, the Sonora Experiment Station, which is on Highway 55 between Sonora and Rock Springs. And the way this works is the breeders will bring their spring-born kids in middle of December. So those that were born in the spring, they grow them out up until the early part of December, and they drop them off at the Sonora Experiment Station. They go through a 2-month acclimation period where they live out on the pastures as one group, and they're fed 3 pounds of supplement per week. It's actually 1 pound per feeding. And that's just to kind of keep the goats gentle coming up to the truck so that our staff who oversee the day-to-day operations can observe the health and well-being of the animals, and also give them a little bit of protein and energy supplement to perform well in the pasture. So it starts in the winter, goes through the spring, and ends in the summer. And so it's generally a kind of half of a year test. The goats, the official start of the test is always in middle part of February, where all the goats are shorn and then weighed, and that begins the test. The goats will be monitored for their weight gain and signs of health concerns throughout. Primarily thing that we're looking for is internal parasites. We monitor them every couple of weeks or closer to a month until the parasite season comes along. Ideally, we would leave the goats untreated through May. In the middle part of May is whenever we will do fecal egg count collections from all the goats on test, and we're looking for 2 things. 1, parasite load through a fecal egg count test, and 2, juniper intake. You can see the goat in the picture has a small juniper tree in front of it that they've been browsing upon. And so, as you're probably very well aware, goats are browsers, and they like to eat leaves of woody plants. And cedar is one of those plants that generally will not be browsed upon by other livestock. And so when we have goats, they're one of our best brush control tools, and we're trying to breed for goats that are even better at brush control. And so we take 2 samples 4 days apart to catch the individual day variability. Research scientists at San Angelo and Sonora have developed this test using near-infrared spectroscopy, where they'll take a fecal sample and they've validated it, and they're able to fairly accurately predict the juniper intake, or even more precisely find those that eat more or less. We also, rank the animals based off of their fecal egg count, so their ability to maintain low parasite loads out on the pasture. Then the test continues through the middle part of July is whenever it ends. The goats will be brought up. They will be shorn and weighed. We have the consigners on the test will score the mohair for character, the amount of face cover that mohair has, and the neck score. We'll also measure 3 different spots on the shoulder, side, and britch, or actually neck, shoulder, neck, side, and britch for staple length. And then, of course, the goats are shorn. The fleece is packaged up and sent to the Bill Sims Wool and Mohair Research Laboratory, where it'll be analyzed for clean fibers present and fiber quality. And so once the test is complete, we put all this data into a spreadsheet that's sent to the growers so that they can use this data to select animals that they want to keep back as their, foundation sires. Some of them also market some goats or sell goats off this with a performance test. And so you get an abundance of data to look at, average daily gain on the pasture. We also get, as we mentioned before, where they rank with the fecal egg count. In this last year's test, the fecal egg count was 600 eggs per gram. And so you would probably start to select against animals that were above that average and for animals that are below the average. Similarly, juniper intake in this year's test was around 10% juniper intake, which is lower than last year. There was some health concerns maybe that led to that. Not exactly sure what was going on. But again, you can look at the average and factor off of it. And then you get the fleece weight, the clean weight, the fiber diameter, which is a big driver of the quality and the value that mohair will sell for. In addition to medullated fibers, Kemp, all the visual scores. And then there's a long-standing index that's been developed that takes a combination of those traits and weights them to give an index that predicts their relative value in the range production setting. And we're also working on devising some new ones to include in that index this fecal egg count and juniper intake, which is not a part of it, as those are relatively new additions to this test. And then that's ranked on a ratio on the far right column. So you can pour through the data detail by detail, or just go to the end index and look at everything above 100 or below 100 for general health and well-being in this range pasture environment. So hopefully you learned a little bit about how this program works. If you have any more interest, you can find out about it if you go to sanangelo.tamu.edu, and then under the performance test, there'll be the Angora pasture performance test. Thanks.
Thank you, Reed. That was a good summary of kind of the test viewpoint from the extension side, and I've got with me this morning we're going to give a short spiel from the producer side, and I've got a gentleman, Mr. Jim Shunke, is with us. And Mr. Shunke is a retired school teacher, and he is president of the Texas Mohair Producers Board and the vice president of the Mohair Council of America. And he's been participating in this performance test ever since it started. And so, Mr. Shunke.
Right. I think Reed did a real good job of explaining the test and everything, and I'd like to kind of give it to you from the producer's standpoint and everything. The test identifies really two things about the animal that the producers thinks are important, and that is the growth or the size of that individual and the quality of the mohair. And so producers tend to look at those characteristics a good bit on the test and everything. You saw on the video there that they were measuring the length of the mohair on the goat, and that certainly is an important item when you go to sell your mohair, about the length of it and everything. The other thing he mentioned there about weighing the goats and getting the average daily gain, and particularly the final weight of that Angora Billy. How big is he going to be, and how good will that be for you at your place? So those two things immediately go into the producer's mind about the index. But that sack of mohair that he talked about there, individual, is the whole rest of the test, and it's off to the wool lab in San Angelo, and that's where a lot of important data comes from. I'd be remiss in my duty today if I did not tell you about all the data that he mentioned. Mr. Angora, Joe David Ross, emphasized to me before I gave this talk that producers look at all those things that the station measures, and the station is trying to give us data that we can use individually. And of course, the different ranchers look at different things. If you had a lot of cedar on your place, you'd be interested in cedar eating goats and various things like that. So all of those things that don't figure into the index and don't figure perhaps into a numerical number, they are important also to the producers. And when you get that report from the the station, you've got a lot to look at there. The first thing you'd get from the wool lab when it goes in the door is the weight of that mohair. It's called grease fleece weight. And the same machine that measures that takes core samples from the fleece to be used in the micron determination. But we sell that mohair by the pound, and the amount of pounds that an Angora produces is a highly significant fact. So that data right there, the grease fleece weight, is very important to producers. So is that micron count that another machine is going to get. And in the past 25, 20 years, 15 years, that has become a much more important figure to Angora producers. For one thing, it controls a lot about when you go to sell that mohair, how much of it can be graded as a higher quality. And the higher the quality, the more money you get for it. So the micron count is a part of the index, just like the grease fleece weight is, just like the growth weight of the goat, and it's an important figure. But that fleece is going to be washed, scoured, and dried and weighed. And when it's dried and weighed, you get the clean weight, the clean weight of the fleece. And of course, that is really the bottom line on how much mohair the goat has, because it takes out all the dirt, and it takes out all the vegetable matter, and it takes out the oil that the Angora put into their hair himself. So that grease fleece weight is the bottom line on how much mohair that animal produced. So you can see that the producers look at this data and look at it being compiled into the final index. All of those numbers come into play. All of those pieces of data become a tool for the producer to use. And I guarantee you that when the producer looks at that mohair, he looks all the way across that line at every goat and ponders every one of those things. I have a statement here from one of the producers, Tommy Head. He said, the quality of our family's Angora goats has improved significantly since we began participating in the pasture test. This activity more nearly represents the way we raise our goats in the pasture rather than the feedlot test did. The test helps us to identify thrifty goats who have outstanding mohair. And that's kind of the bottom line about what it does for you. The growth and the mohair are the important things and everything. In my statement, I would have to tell you that I think all the data that's provided by the station and everything takes the place of my rather crude visual evaluation of goats. I like, number one, the fact that I can pick my billy goat for the next year from all that data that I have from the station and know with certainty that I'm doing probably the best thing I can for my herd by choosing to use this data and in my breeding thing. And I really like two things that I see from when I get that. I like to see the quality of the goats when I bring them into the pen and shear them. And I like to see the quality of that mohair when it's in the sack. And those things is really what makes the test good for me and everything. I use that data and look at it constantly and try to make it part of my everyday work at the ranch in raising Angoras. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the test and try to influence other people to use it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Shunke. We would take a question or two if anybody had it. I believe Dr. Redden is on here with us. Reed, do you got anything you'd like to add?
Oh, not too much. I think we covered most of it. Be glad to answer questions and things, but it's a unique test, and the place in the research ranch in Sonora is a good place to test how hardy a goat is. Don't get a lot of rain there, so the country's kind of hard. There's bitter wheat and saccowista and everything else out there that tests their abilities to maintain weight and grow and perform in a a pretty harsh environment.
Thank you, Reed. If you'll check the chat box to everyone, Dr. Redden shared a link where you can find information about the test and results. And I don't see any questions. So with that, we're going to jump into our next segment where we're going to highlight some mohair operations. You know, in our part of the world and a lot of Texas, we look at Angora goats and mohair production is a lot of our heritage, and a lot of people have made a living off of it, and we're just really it's part of a lot of people's roots. And so we wanted to highlight some people that are still doing some stuff with some mohair. They have some really unique operations, and they're really promoting Texas mohair. And first off, we've got a video for Independence Wool and Mohair. Dawn Brown is the owner of it, and she's based in Independence, Texas, in Washington County. They got a mill there, and they use strictly Texas wool and mohair. And so with that, we're going to watch a video of her operation.
Greetings. Welcome to the Angora goat section of the 2020 Texas Sheep and Goat Expo. I'm Dawn Brown. Welcome to Independence Wool and Mohair. We are a group of small producers, processors, buyers, and sellers of Texas mohair. And today we're going to show you a little bit about what we do in our operation. We are located in Washington County. So we're located between Brenham and College Station. Here on the ranch, we have about 100 goats. Most of those are Angora goats, white goats, as well as natural colored Angora goats. Also on the farm and ranch, we have our mill. We have an artisan mill where we process raw wool and mohair all the way to yarn and finished products, and we'll show you some of those. Texas, we are blessed to be a large producer of mohair. We are the largest producer of mohair in the United States. And globally, maybe we're second or third, but we used to be the #1 producer of mohair. In the 1960s, we had about 4.5 million Angora goats in Texas, mostly in the Edwards Plateau and West Texas, the hill country. And now we have less than 100,000 goats in Texas. So we went from, millions of pounds of mohair to about 500,000 pounds of Texas mohair now. So most of the global processing for mohair is in South Africa. South Africa is the largest producer of mohair. They have about 8 million pounds of mohair produced. And that's where just about all of the Texas mohair is exported to South Africa for first stage processing on into yarn and finished goods as well. If you buy a mohair product globally, odds are there's some Texas mohair in there, but nonetheless, the origin of the fiber in those products is lost. So one of the special things that we do here in our mill is to focus solely on provenance. We only process mohair that's raised on our farm or ranch or from other Texas producers. So everything is grown in Texas, spun in Texas, and then from there it's either woven or knitted or sold to handcraft artists that do their own weaving and knitting of items. So that's really important. Mission of the mill is to send out with every product an idea of a connection to where that fiber came from. That's really the biggest mission of our mill, is to promote Texas mohair through our products, and on every label it will tell you, where that mohair came from, whether it's our farm and ranch or farms and ranches in the hill country. Maybe it's a city or a county, depending on the location. So definitely that's our goal. As you know, the Mohair Council of America, the headquarters are in Texas. They're still located up in San Angelo. I think they started in Rock Springs, maybe. The Angora Goat Breeders Association is also located in Texas. So we're all about Texas mohair here. We're kind of mad about mohair. So first, let me show you a couple things we do. I'm going to start with just our hand knitting yarns or weaving yarns. And these are some of the yarns that we make over here. I've got some on the back wall as well. And so our process, after we wash the mohair, we like to dye it first before it is carded and spun. You'll see a lot of other mills, they will just make white yarn and then they dye the yarn after. And I think mohair really is at its best when it is dyed in the locks. So we have a large commercial dye vat here as well with the mill, and we can dye large quantities of mohair at a time to make very intense colors with a lot of character and a lot of texture. So this is a neckerchief that we have. It's Western. I made a little concho that goes on it that ties it, and it's very soft. It will be soft around the neck. It's not prickly and really comfortable. This just takes 1 day to knit. So this is an easy triangle, just like a bandana, and you just tie it around your neck, and I made a little concho that went with it. This over here, this is a shawl or wrap, and people think that you can't wear wool or mohair in Texas, so it's too hot. How do the goats live there? How do the sheep live there? But actually, we have a good climate for the goats. The goats originated in Turkey. The Edwards Plateau is a perfect climate for the goats. And for us, you can wear this year-round because in Texas, it's either cold or hot. And you can wear this indoors. We air condition everything. So I carry one in the car with me. And if I'm going to a restaurant, going out at night, you're going to be in the air conditioning. You just throw this in your bag, and it won't wrinkle because it's mohair, and you can have that to keep you warm. So, and again, this is a triangle shawl. This is a mohair beret. I'm going to have my niece model this because I have a ponytail on today. So, and again, 100% mohair, dyed in the lock and then spun here. There you go. Very soft. Again, that takes a day to make. So again, hats are easy. Mohair is lightweight, but extremely warm. So it goes a long way. And as you know, in the mohair industry, it's referred to the diamond fiber. The diamond fiber comes from the intense color you see in the mohair. It has more dye sites, and the dye uptake is really like, there's just no other fiber that dyes like it. Not even silk. So, a couple of other things. So, but the other thing we can do with our coarser grades of mohair are a particular type of yarn. These are saddle cinches. Mohair cinches are desirable in the equestrian industry. Mohair does not stretch. It's incredibly strong, so it doesn't break. It's less likely to mold and rot compared to other either synthetics or to wool products. So it's just the most desired yarn for cinch cordage. The cinch weaving industry is really having a resurgence. So a lot of people, a lot of artists have started to weave their own cinches. Most all of this yarn that the artists have access to comes from South Africa. But we really wanted to make, again, a locally grown, locally spun option for artists, and that's what we have here. And you'll notice these are the natural colors of our goats. A lot of our goats are brown, gray, black, and we do have some white Angoras as well. But this is, again, very natural, no dye at all in this. So our dyes we use are organic dyes. They're from greener shades. They don't have any heavy metals. One of the considerations when you're dyeing here on the farm is you don't want any exposure to heavy metals in the runoff. So I'm going to show you just some plain skeins of yarn. These are the tools that knitters will use when they're picking out a project. So these are generally what we call just skeins of yarn. Knitters will pick out various yardages and colors depending on their project and knit an item. Generally, something like this is just one skein of yarn, so that's an easy project. Something like this may be 3 skeins of yarn. This is about 2 to 3. So, and this is kind of what our finished product looks like. We sell a lot of yarn to the handcraft industry. So this is mostly what our product looks like when it goes out the door. So we also have products that go out on cones. These are nice and easy and contained, and if you like to carry your knitting with you, these are a handy way to do that, to put them in your bag. They don't get all raveled or tangled, so like this can. So before mohair becomes yarn, we start right here. We start here at the skirting table. For our yarn, again, we use yarn from our own herd of goats, but we also buy a lot of mohair from ranches in the hill country. So this particular fleece right here is one from out near Sonora. This was a champion goat this year at several of the rodeos. I think it was San Angelo as well as San Antonio. The goat, this particular fleece is going to be made into yarn for the young woman that owned the goat and competed with her goat. So it's going to eventually turn into a wonderful heirloom item she'll always remember from that season. She showed her goat and won so many awards. So when we start at the skirting table, traditionally that means you lay out your fleece and you take out any undesirable areas of the mohair. Any type of mohair that's soiled and matted or has excess vegetable matter in it, we will remove that. A lot of times that's already done at the time of shearing. A lot of mohair producers will pull stain and pull all of that out of the fleece before it goes into the bag. So generally when we buy mohair, there's not a lot for us to take out of it. So once we get the mohair here, and it looks good to turn into yarn, looks good to be washed, we will then weigh out 3 individual batches of yarn, generally 2.5 pounds a piece, and we will take those to the washing system. This is an example of what those look like. Basically, I have 3 baskets. I weigh each one out on here, and then we put them in the washing system. Our washing system has 3 different wells. It just needs to be balanced. It can do about 9 pounds of mohair at a time. Usually I will do about 2.5 in each well, just so it gets a little bit cleaner. So I'm going to take you over to the washing machine if you want to come through here. This is our wet room or our scouring room. This looks like a giant washing machine. That's really what it is. It does not agitate the fiber, so there's no damage to the fiber, there's no felting or harm to it, but it does look like a giant washing machine. So what we do, we take each basket of fiber and we put it in. Try to keep it off the floor. So I've got my three wells filled equally with raw mohair. I'm going to top dress it with a little bit of organic soap and citrus-based soap. And then we're going to close the lid and we're going to soak it for about 45 minutes. We have hard water here on the ranch, so we have a commercial water softening system. We use propane water heaters. So we've got generally in between 160 to 185 degrees. Really greasy mohair, I put it 185. This one's not so bad, so I'm going to turn it down to 160. So commercial hot water heater, propane heat, Commercially, we have a commercial water softening system as well to get the calcium and minerals out. If we do not get the calcium and minerals out, the soap will not perform. So I'm going to close this. We set our dial. Click reset. And so this is going to fill up with about 50 gallons of water, and we're going to soak it for about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll come back and we'll see what the water looks like. So it's like mohair soup. So we'll let that go while we do the rest of the tour. The next step, when this is all washed, is to get it over to the drying rack. We've been washing mohair this week, so I've got some beautiful kid hair laid out here that's white. It's from the Hill Country. This hair is from Fred Speck's ranch in Kerrville. There are a couple of different types of mohair on the table. This is a traditional kid hair, the second clip, and this is going to be the first super fine kid hair off the goats that are about 6 months old. And then here on this side, you'll see all the gray and silver mohair. These are from our goats. Again, a lot of these will go into hand knitting yarn that it gives it its color. This is a natural gray. We love natural colored fibers. There's no dyeing involved. Not only is that a simpler process, but it's less intensive processing. The fiber is just washed, carded, and spun into yarn. It doesn't have to have any dyeing or no other chemicals on it. So you'll see some blacks and grays here and silvers, and then we've got our white hair here. Generally, mohair will dry overnight. I do have a fan on it, but we keep our humidity pretty steady state in the mill. So I would say overnight, all of this will dry and go to the next stage in processing. The next stage in processing is picking or opening the mohair. And so we'll show you that. Come on this way. So here we have some dyed mohair. This is adult hair. It's going to be turned into cinch cordage. And you'll see that the mohair is in lock form. So we've got to get these locks opened up, and that's what this is. It's a picker or an opener. So all this fiber is going to go through on the conveyor belt, and there's a large stainless steel barrel with very sharp teeth on it that basically open, and you can see all that process either from either end. I can show you that. So the first step with dried fiber has got to be open. We have got to get the locks open so we can move them to the next stage. So let me show you one thing. This is what the picker room looks like. All that fiber is going to come in here into this room, and you can look in there and see what so again, it's a large drum with stainless steel spikes on it that rolls the mohair through there and opens it. It looks like it would damage and break the fiber, but mohair is incredibly durable. It's almost as strong as steel for fiber diameter. So it doesn't harm the fiber at all. So this is what we call the fiber prep area with the picker and the fiber separator. All the mohair is going to be opened. And a lot of times when we have all of the machines going in the mill, it's very loud, so we have hearing protection on, and you listen to your Spotify or you listen to audible tape, or you keep yourself busy, and generally both of these machines are going at once, so there's a lot of multitasking and running around. You really need roller skates. I'm going to go ahead and turn this machine on too. That's on. The next step for mohair, this is a picked mohair, so it's been through the picking machine, but you can still see a lot of these locks are still intact. Mohair is very slippery when it goes through the picker, so it doesn't always get the mohair fully opened. Also, there can be vegetable matter and a little bit of extra dirt and dust still left in the fiber, so we do another opening process, which is fiber separating. And this machine does exactly that. It takes the fiber and it separates each individual strand. It's a tedious machine, does take a long time to do, but the mohair comes out in a beautiful cloud, and you have less loss at the other machines like the carder and spinning if the fibers are fully opened and clean with this machine. So like I said, it is tedious, it does take a lot more time, but I feel like it makes a better product. So we put it through these paces with this machine. This machine can also take out coarse hair. Again, this is fine kid hair. There's not Kemp or anything coarse in this fiber, but it does have another role. If you were to have Cashgora, Cashmere, Bison, other fiber that had a double coat or coarse hairs in it, you can remove those with this machine also. And all of these machines that we have in our mill are also used in a commercial mill as well. Ours are just smaller scale. So each one of these processes, think of in a large commercial mill, they either have larger machines or multiple pieces of machinery to do this job. Nonetheless, there are a lot of hands that are still working in those commercial mills, feeding the machines, taking care of the machines, and getting the products to their final stage. So it is technically machine processing, but it involves a lot of human labor still. So this is the carder. This is the heart of the mill. It takes our washed, dyed, opened fiber, and with a series of workers and strippers, basically barrels with different sized teeth on them, that fiber is then carded or brushed. You can think of it that way, brushing the fiber, carding the fiber. It takes those loose fibers and organizes them into strips we call roving or sliver. And you'll see that at the back of the machine. The roving is actually a loosely organized group of fibers that are mostly all pointing in the same direction. They still need some refining before they go to the spinning frame, but that's the main job of this machine, is to at least start to get those fibers organized into a preparation that we can use on the spinning frame. So I'm going to turn this on. Basically, we have a conveyor that we load. It is fed into the machine, and out the back comes the roving. So, and usually with mohair, I feed the carder about 2 ounces each one of these feeds. So each one of these feeds makes about 20 yards or so, 15 to 20 yards of roving out the back. See, from this, it's turning into that. So once we have our roving, our cans of roving from the carder, these are broken off and they are taken over to the draw frame. Basically, the goal of the draw frame is to blend multiple cans of roving into one final refined roving that is of the quality you need for the spinning frame. What's happening with the draw frame is the fibers, again, are being drawn or combed into alignment. So the spinning frame, all it has to do is put some twist in it and it's yarn. So it also, by blending these rovings, it allows for the roving to be very consistent. Each strand of roving coming out of that card has variances, and by combining all of those rovings, you minimize your variances when it gets to the spinning frame. So I'm going to turn this on, and again, basically, these rovings are coming in, being blended and straightened and organized and refined so they can go to the spinning frame. How's that?
That's good.
So you can see how the two are being combined. They go through that brush of stainless steel spikes. That helps to just like combing out tangles in your hair. It just straightens it out. So we're going to take a look at the progress here out the back of the fiber separator, and you'll see there's a waterfall of open fiber coming out. We call that a cloud. So now that's what we have. So our next step, after mohair has been through the draw frame and has been drafted, it comes over here to the spinning frame. So we're going to set these up to be spun. So basically each roving is threaded. Each roving is threaded through the machine. And then each bobbin is threaded and attached. Again, different spinners have their own method of how yarn is started, but this is how our equipment works. And so you get this, there is some spit involved. Just a little bit of spit. It just helps it to hang on to. Basically, this machine's gonna, the spindle's gonna start to turn. This is gonna start to move the roving this way, and that twist is gonna catch that mohair and secure it to your leader. So sometimes spit helps that. So also, we typically add some oil to keep the machine from getting too hot, less drag. I'm gonna turn this on. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
So there he goes, making yarn. Each one of these is called a single, and yarn is typically not left in a single. It can be, but usually it's plied together. So these two yarns are going to be twisted on this machine, the plier next. So one thing, this is actually the twist where the spindle is turning and actually twisting the yarn itself. So this is what we like to see, is a nice consistent V shape to that twist. So after all your bobbins are full, and we have 8 on here we can have going all at once. The next stage is to take this single ply and twist it in the opposite direction with its neighbor, so it becomes a 2-ply yarn. You can do a 3-ply, 4-ply. The cinch cord is actually 8-ply, so there are all kind of variations you can do, but mostly for our 100% mohair hand knitting or weaving yarns, they're a 2-ply yarn. So this is the plier. Looks very similar to that machine, but all its job is just to twist these two together. So you can see it naturally wants to twist against itself. So we're going to actually harness that. basically with plying, it's a little bit of some art that goes into figuring out exactly what type of twist you want to leave in your yarn. Again, mohair does not have any crimp, so I typically spin and ply a little tighter. That helps the yarn to hold together. It won't fray, it won't have as much flyaway to it, and it will be softer. So this is typically how I like to spin and ply, is pretty tight with a mohair. Again, lots of calculations that go into changing your spindle speed for plying, changing your twist for plying. Generally, it's about a 30% difference than what your spinning settings are. But you just figure that out with practice. After our bobbins are spun, I let the yarn rest overnight. That allows the twist to set. You know, this fiber has been carded and stretched and spun and plied, so kind of let the fiber just sit or rest overnight. And then the next day, we will do all the coning, steaming and scanning, or the finishing work on the yarn. This is the cone winder. Generally, the cone, again, our bobbins have rested overnight. We will put them here, wind them onto cones. This cone will then go to the steamer, and you'll see I have this set up for both. I've got one that's going to cone as if it just came off the plier, and then I have a coned mohair yarn that is coming through the steamer and being wound back onto a cone. So there are two things that go on at this machine. The steam setting of yarn basically helps the yarn have a more natural drape or handle to it. Again, after the intense twisting and plying, this helps it to have a more natural, relaxed feel to the yarn. It also helps to get some of the spinning oils and that can be collected through the machines off, and so it's a nice finishing touch to the yarn. So some of our yarn is left on cones. Again, the knitting machines or weavers typically like their yarn left on cones. But for our knitters and crocheters, we skein off the bulk of our yarn. So this is the skein winder. We can do 6 cones at a time. You set your yardage and thread the machine, and then turn it on, and it will cut off at the yardage that you desire. There's 150 yards in this skein. This gets hard. Yeah, and the yarn is then tied off into a skein, and we will we do hand wash all of our skeined yarn, so it just gets it even brighter and cleaner than the steamer. Especially with mohair, you want that yarn to show off the luster, so we will typically hand wash all of our mohair yarns. So then we take that off. And then it gets back up there. And then all the yarns, we will stack them up on the rack, and then we'll take them over to be washed. And then they're labeled, twisted, and put online for sale now, since we're not having many in-person yarn festivals anymore. So we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so to wrap up, we finished making our mohair yarn today, and I would just like to, I guess, to finish by thanking you for watching, and I hope next year we can all get together in person. So I'd like to end with promoting the goat itself as well as the fiber, and I hope we can get in and enjoy the expo next year in person, and thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Don. The Texas Angora and mohair producers are very lucky to have Dawn and her husband Paul as advocates and supporters. They're great for the industry. And so, and so we're going to jump next in. We got another small segment on another mohair operation. This is Crystal and Glenn Spinrath. They, along with their daughter, are the owners of Crazy Goat Socks. They're multi-generation hill country ranchers. Crystal's father, James Stotts, raises some of the finest mohair in the world. And their ranch is located here in Mills County. And so we're gonna let Crystal explain. We've got a video on what their operation does.
Welcome to the Mohair Hour, production of the Texas Mohair Producers Board and the Mohair Council of America. We have a real expert on mohair to talk to you today. This is Crystal Spinrath, and all of this stuff and everything we're going to have is all a product of her doing and everything in her family, and it's a marvelous story. So here we go.
Hi, thank you. A little bit of history. I grew up in Llano County, which is south of here of Mills County a ways, but my family has nearly always had Angora goats. There really hasn't been a time that we didn't have Angora goats, and we've nearly always had fine wool sheep as well. And so when my husband and I moved up here, we wanted to just find a way to utilize the mohair and the wool, not just take it to a warehouse, you know, as a commodity product. So it took a good many years. We started developing our socks in 2009. About that same time, my dad was working on marketing his own mohair, because my dad has the finest mohair in the wool, measuring as low as 19 microns. And so this is just showing you some steps of what we had to go through. It is actually a very long process. It is not an easy process. We start out with washed kid mohair that you see right here. It still has a lot of stuff in it, dirt, and what we could refer to as VM. It has to be carded and combed. Mohair especially has to be combed, which is a completely different machine, and it creates a very unique product. My husband and I have invested in wool and mohair processing equipment. We've got a scouring train that we bought from the San Angelo experiment station. It's currently in Kentucky. Where we have other mill equipment as well, where we can dry the product once it's scoured. But anyway, once it's washed, it has to go to a mill to be carded and combed. And what we come up with is a sliver, or a sliver if you're from England. Hand knitters refer to it as a roving. But anyway, from here, the yarn is spun. Now, this yarn here, this big roll, is some of our sock yarn. It's a single 28. It's very much like a thread. This yarn here is a 4-ply 8 worsted weight wool yarn, which we use for knitting. So there's a lot of stuff in between, and it was a huge learning process for us. I mean, we did start in 2009. On our development, we didn't get our first socks until 2013. So it's not easy. Just don't say, I want some socks. There's a lot of steps to it. From here, we'll have some samples of socks here. We have a heavyweight crew sock, a lightweight crew sock, and the lightweight boot sock, and a lightweight ankle sock. And the ankle sock itself is made out of this single 28 yarn, which makes it very, very thin sock to wear. My dad's mohair, we market it in different ways. This is just right at a 1/4 pound of sliver or roving that the hand knitters want. We've made scarves. We've had these knitted by machine. These particular ones were knitted in New York by a machine knitter. And then we've had just, there's a bunch of different yarns to choose from that we've had made out of mohair and wool. But anyway, what led us to make the socks out of mohair is the fact that mohair is the most durable natural fiber there is. It has the highest tensile strength. And so these socks, and because too, another part of the development process was the reinforced toe and heel. We didn't know that all socks needed reinforced toes and heels, but they really do. So that was part of the process, but the mohair really does make the socks a more durable and longer lasting product than just being wool. Wool has a tendency to kind of fray a little bit, especially in the application as a sock. Wool's great for a lot of other things, but in the sock, the mohair does kind of shine because of its tensile strength. From there, it goes to a mill. We've been using Kramer yarns in Pennsylvania to do the carding and the combing. Since then, we've used, I think, one other mill to get the mohair combed, because the combing process is the most difficult. We can find companies that can do the carding, but it's the combing that's very unique. And for making the socks, you have to have a combed sliver. You cannot use a carded sliver. They won't hold up. They will break down really fast. So we've gone to Kramer. From there, we've started using Mountain Meadow wool in Wyoming. They've got a card, they've got a commercial comb, they've got actually commercial spinning frames, and we're hopefully going to get our product washed, carded, combed, spun, all at Mountain Meadow wool, which would be really nice, because right now it leaves Pennsylvania. Once it's carded and made into a sliver, it's shipped to Jagger Brothers at Maine. From Maine, it is shipped to the sock knitting company. The sock knitting company we're working with currently is Crescent, and they are in Nyota, Tennessee. And from there, the socks come back to me. So it is a long process. We are hoping to consolidate some of our production and everything at Wyoming. And it is a full-size mill. It's a commercial mill. There's a lot of smaller mills that do smaller production, you know, several hundred pounds or something like that, but we are talking about thousands of pounds. We're not big enough for chargeurs, but we are big enough for the mill in Wyoming. So this yarn and the product has traveled all over the United States to get back to us. Another reason for the mohair socks, the mohair and wool socks, mohair and wool both have wicking capabilities. They can draw the moisture away from your body. Wool can absorb up to 30% its own weight in moisture. Cotton, it's very small percentage. And a lot of people find too that they're antibacterial. The wool is antibacterial in properties, so that you don't have smelly socks at the end of the day and stuff like that. Oftentimes, you know, we ourselves and other customers, we wear the socks for 3 days in a row without washing. You just let them hang out overnight and they're dry, and then you just re-wear them. Anyway, there's no smell, and it's because the moisture just dissipates from the socks so much faster than it would with like a cotton sock. Well, we do sell to some few vendors. Just here around Goldthwaite, we sell socks to Heads Hardware and S&S Supply in Goldthwaite. But otherwise, we go to shows. We typically go to the Texas Trophy Hunters shows, which there's 4 of them during the summer. They've all been canceled. We go to the Trailing of the Sheep in October, and it's been canceled. And then we wait for the rodeos to come around, which we go to Fort Worth, San Antonio, and we've just recently got into Houston. The rodeos are acting like they're going to be open and doing their thing, but the rodeos are a big business for us. For the socks, though, I'm using a specific grade of mohair, and that's different too, I guess. I should talk about that. You know, we advertise that the socks are itchless, and so we're using a much finer micron mohair than has typically been used in socks. Because there's been other mohair socks made, and I wore all of them at different times, but anyway, they did itch. Anyways, and my husband couldn't wear them at all. So he's just like, we need to use a fine enough mohair and a fine enough wool that these socks don't itch. And so that's part of our thing here. But we are only using a specific micron of mohair. We're not using a big gamut, you know. We're running about 300 head of Angora goats here. My dad's probably running about 600 head in Llano County. We've got about 100 head of sheep, somewhere in that neighborhood. My dad does not run any fine wool sheep. The wool that most of the wool we use though in our socks does come from Hillingdon Ranch and Kendall County. So even though we do utilize some of our own, but you know, they have their wool washed at San Angelo at Bowman, and so that's a washed and ready to go product for us as far as blending with our mohair. We do sell this. We also sell the socks online. CrazyGoatSocks.com is our website. The socks, you know, we wish the price point was lower on the socks as far as our retail sales, but mohair is the second most expensive fiber on the market, on the world market, just behind cashmere. And we are using a fine grade of mohair and a fine grade of wool, which increases the price, but at the same time, the socks are highly durable and, well, it's good quality, but too, as consumers, at some point, we're going to have to make a conscious effort, make a conscious choice to choose something other than your just average cotton sock. And it might mean spending a little bit more money. You know, wool and mohair are both renewable fibers, you know, is another aspect that makes them, you know, should appeal to some people. You know, you can go to Walmart or somewhere and buy, you know, 1,000 socks for $5, I guess. But I don't know that, you know, the quality isn't there. You know, I really don't know how environmentally friendly it is and everything, but I believe this is an environmentally friendly product, and it just takes more of a conscious choice to choose mohair and wool. And yes, pay a little bit more. This scarf here, I sell them for, you know, $60, you know, a piece. You can go to Walmart and get a $5 scarf, but it's not the same. But anyway, and the yarn that I sell is much more expensive than other yarn that's found in stores. But it is hard to find mohair that is so soft as this is right here. And it is, you know, it's something very unique. The various grades of mohair have different applications. The finer mohair is obviously meant to be used against the skin. The coarser mohair is meant to be used for upholstery, carpeting, because it has such a high tensile strength, and it just doesn't wear out. It is more ideal for that, but you know, there can be some itchy mohair that you don't want to wear against your skin, which has been done before. But anyway, but we strive to go as fine as possible in order that we can have garments that can be worn against the skin and it not itch.
Thank you, Crystal. So we've highlighted a couple of operations that we have in Texas, and we're very thankful to have them. And as you can see, the Angora goat mohair industry in Texas is alive and well, and we believe that there's a place for it. And with that, somebody out there? Oh, thought somebody had a question, but and so we thank you for attending our virtual session for the Angora goats. And Robert, with that, I think we'll send it back to you.
Well, thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. A lot of good information, a lot of great visuals in that presentation as well. And I see we still have quite a crowd, and there again, the benefits of our virtual program is to expand, and that's what we hoped. The goal of this year's Sheep and Goat Expo would be to expand our reach into other areas that for those that may not have been able to attend in person. And we really hope this is an incentive for what you've seen in the last 2 days, or day and a half, I should say, give you an opportunity of what takes place at a Texas Sheep and Goat Expo, and give you an incentive maybe to make the trip down to San Angelo in future years to get the full experience, because as good as this program was the last day and a half, and the amount of information that was given, the face-to-face program is even better. So we really appreciate everybody. We will be sending out a survey sometime next week. We will get a Qualtrics survey that we will be emailing everybody. We're going to encourage everybody that's participated in this program over the last day and a half to give us some feedback. It's important. This is a new delivery platform for our event, and we think there's some possibilities and some opportunities in the future to utilize this in a number of ways, and we're exploring all those, and the input from our participants is going to help us make those changes in the future. So once again, that's going to wrap it up for the 2020 Texas Sheep and Goat Expo. We appreciate everybody that's been with us for the last day and a half, and look forward to having an opportunity to get back into a face-to-face opportunity in the future. Want to thank all our speakers. Want to make sure that one last time we thank all our sponsors and exhibitors, and all our committee members that help put this out. A lot of planning goes into these events, and matter of fact, we will be planning for 2021 pretty quickly after this. So once again, thank you all for being with us, and be safe. Thank you.